I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Hey, Joe, how you doing, bud? I hope you had a good day. Hey, Alan, how you doing? Just thought I'd do a pop up. Hey, Dave Garcher, how you doing? How's the tournament going, Alan? How was it? Did you meet a lot of people? Hey, Tim. Oh, I see how you are, Tim. I shoot you a text message and you don't even answer. Hi, butterflies. That's awesome, Alan. 11 more sponsors. That's great. Alan, I'm working on something, and I hope it can get pulled off. And if it does, it's going to surprise somebody in the catfish community. I ain't giving no names. I ain't going to say what it is, but I had to work today for 12 hours, so I didn't think it was that good of a day. I just got it. Oh, that's cool. Well, tomorrow night I will have poor Tim. He needs creamer for his coffee. Why don't you just buy the cow? Then you have the milk to get the creamer. That did not come out right. Wee 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 wee. Sorry, I had to send that voice message to someone on Messenger. Yeah, buying a cow would be pretty cheaper anyway. What, turtle lady? Hey, Valerie. Turtle Lady, the link's up top of chat if you want to pop up for a minute. I wonder what Willow thought of that last message. Yeah, but anybody wants to jump up and pop up and chat on panel, I have the link up, link pinned to top of chat. So I should have never done that on live. I wish I could have seen that one. Yeah. If you gave her 3% of the hydrogen peroxide, she should be good. Just make sure you give her plenty of water afterwards. I don't know if everybody in chat jumped. Come on up, Turtle Lady. Yeah, just don't feed her anything for a while. Just give her a lot of water and get the rest of it flushed out. Come on up, butterflies. Hey, Johnny, if you want to come up, there's a link popped up top of chat. It went from Johnny Small Pepper to Johnny Big Pepper, back down to Johnny Small Pepper. Hey, Ricky Reels, how you doing, bud? Oh, you're working? And Johnny Small Peppers is a channel member. Thank you. Now, if anybody wants to become a channel member, the more channel members I get, I will be starting doing membership lives and probably end up doing some membership giveaways as well as membership live fishing trips, fishing videos and shows, and possibly chat just designed for members. All right, hurry back, Turtle Lady. I wonder if I should send another voice message again. Wee, 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 wee. That dog's gonna hate me after a while. So how was everybody's day? Did you guys get out and go fishing, or did you have to work all day like I did? Hey, Big Slim. Thank you, Ricky Rios, for becoming a Bigfoot's Den member. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up because it will help with the algorithms and everything. So the more thumbs up I get, the higher more bring people into the notifications to be shared out on the mainstream of YouTube. Big Slim, when are you going to go back out fishing again? That's the one I haven't had on my show yet. Is Big Slim. Okay. I know after all my eye surgeries are done, I'm going to go back on the river. See if I can catch a monster blue or a monster flathead again. But I have to start looking for a good net for me to use too. Hey, Piggy! Wee, 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 wee. Hey, Huckleberry. Piggy, if I was there with Eileen, and hi, Eileen, and she made all that good food, there would be no leftovers. I'd be a fat piggy, not a skinny piggy. Eileen, did you hear what I did for Piggy when he came in? Hey, Rocky Clyde Mountain, how you doing, bud? Where you headed, Rocky? I couldn't resist doing that to Piggy. Hey, Fluff. Piggy, you probably look like a pot-bellied pig trying to walk across the floor. That was a good lab tonight, Eileen. And some of those desserts you've been making, I'm trying to lose weight, but the calories keep coming back up. I got Piggy. I'm working on that one. That one ain't gonna be a rush order. I got to get everything done just right. I thought about doing a cookbook, Eileen. I just don't know if I could get all those recipes out of my head right on paper. Ah, okay. That you mine for gold. So that's still got that chunk of gold you sent me. Hey, we got the squirrel in here. Can we now we can have a squirrel roast? Yeah, I remember you saying that. I'll probably name it Bigfoot's Cookbook, Eileen. Name it Bigfoot's Cookbook. And in small parentheses, small words under it, I have how to roast a piggy. Yeah, cooking with Bigfoot, but I like having Bigfoot's Cookbook, and underneath it says in small print, and how to roast a piggy. Piggie. And they have a picture of Piggy on a roasting pit. That would be funny. I've been thinking about that. Yeah, it would be. It'd get a lot of attention, wouldn't it? I think that cookbook would get a lot of attention. I'd have brisket rubs in there, pork recipes in there, and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Solo, Ricky, how you doing? Whisker Dreams. Whisker Dreams. If you want to pop up, the links in top of chat. I'm working on a pepper recipe. One of Johnny's favorite foods is pepper, so Johnny was in here. I'm sure he heard it. That idea that I had. Hey, Ray Smith. Yeah, Whisker Dreams. If you feel like popping up on chat, the link's pinned at the top of chat. So about having a Bigfoot cookbook recipe, and underneath it, in small print, saying how to roast a piggy. Then on the pit have piggy piddle picture on a spigot instead of fire, have a fire right underneath him, and on the side have Bigfoot just going there, standing there like, yummy, piggy. Hey, turtle lady, what would that be for an idea? Oh, hi, Tammy. I thought you were your husband. I'm sorry. Hey, Tammy, if you want, come up and pop up. I have a few questions for you. I have some questions for Tammy. Oh, there he is, Whisker Dreams. Angelina don't like me no more. I don't have a wrestling outfit. Okay. I have no clue what you're talking about, Stan. ACBA. What are you guys talking about my wrestling outfit? Oh God. Now I'm not gonna go back and watch Troy's live from wrestling. Did you open up that last message, Turtle Lady? Add the screens. There you go. Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing good, Avid. You?
Good. I gotta get you in one of my tournaments or fish with you sometime on live.
Right. Why is that?
Your wife came up and fished in one of my tournaments, but you haven't yet.
Right.
I'm just curious what she thought of that last tournament she was in.
What'd you think, Molly? What? His last tournament.
That you were in.
She said she enjoyed it. They didn't catch much, catch anything, but they enjoyed it. Yeah.
I've thought about doing a men and women's catfishing tournament.
Okay.
Man and wife versus man and wife.
Oh, that wouldn't be fair to her. What? You talk about us fishing against each other, or
No.
oh,
Like you and her
yeah.
going against Turtle Lady and Stan.
Oh, okay.
Something like that.
Oh, okay. Got you. Like a team fishing.
Right.
Got you.
And it'd be the biggest fish. Five
Right.
biggest fish.
Well, I know where those are at. I got to turn the TV down.
I'm just trying to be careful and not let someone steal an idea.
Right.
I've already had that happen once, but I'm not going to get into that one.
Right. Yeah, we've been up here in Louisville. I've been up here since Thursday.
How was Cat? Did you go to CatCon?
Yes, sir. Sure did.
Did you get to meet Mark?
Huh?
Did you meet Catfish and Crappie?
Never seen him. I never seen Mark. I mean, we was all right there around the YouTube thing. I mean, we sat behind the curtain there. There was a lot of us back there.
Oh, Mark was out walking around the floor.
Well, I walked around some. I mean, we went and bought some stuff and walked around, met people.
If you ever get a chance to meet Mark, he's awesome. You'll be a brother and a friend for life.
I know him and Danny was going to hook up tonight, wasn't it? I think him and Danny Stone were.
Yeah.
I mean, Stan and Epic and Sean. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them there at the place where they're staying. They have an outdoor fire pit. They're all around it tonight.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yep. Yep.
So when you leaving out tomorrow?
I will leave here about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night I'm going to have a taco talk with a surprise guest panel.
No, are you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, I had to buy some more tackle today. And I was running low on some stuff and found some good deals there today.
Yeah, I learned one thing about Brad's box of weights.
Right?
Don't pick it up with 3 fingers.
No. When my mailman delivered mine, he couldn't get it in the box. And when he brought it up to the house and he said, "Is there a body in that box?" I said, "I don't think so."
I didn't meet the mailman. He laid it by the front door.
Yeah.
And I had steel toes on. I picked it up by 3 fingers and it slipped out of my hand and hit the steel toes.
Yeah. Did you get the 15 pounds?
It felt like 20 pounds, but it was 15.
Right.
It dented my steel toes.
Did it?
And I couldn't fix the steel toes, so I had to throw them away.
Oh, Lord.
It bent it right on top of the big toe.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, J&J. Hi, Ronnie. But
yeah, UPS delivered an anchor one time for me. And he said he's picked up some heavy things, and try to figure out what's in the boxes. But, on the side of the box, it said anchor, 15-pound anchor. So,
hold on. I'll be right back.
All right, Abbott. Oh, Abbott's got him a new chair. He does. He got him a new chair.
Yeah, that's a gaming chair. Comfortable as hell.
Yeah, it looks comfortable.
I love it.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll show it to you. Show you the box. No,
it was probably
when this box was delivered.
Yeah.
There was no cracks in it.
Right.
That happened when I dropped on my steel toe boots.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets that much in them little boxes.
But see, those are all pyramids.
Oh, you got all pyramid. Okay.
Yeah, so you know how many he put in there.
Oh yeah.
It's supposed to be 15 pounds, and 15 pounds to take up about not even this full box when they're laid in like that. So you get a few extra in there.
Oh, he packs the weights in there. Now I got different ones from him. I got no rolls, I got pyramids, and I got bank. I got different weights from him. So now he knows how to put them. I don't know how he gets them all in there. I just don't.
That's a 5-ounce.
Yeah.
And look at the point on that damn thing.
It is. He has a good mold. Then if that thing comes out that sharp,
Trying to see if I can find a 4-ounce.
yeah, I got anything from 4 ounce to 8 ounce.
I just got 4s and 5s
Did you?
because I like the 5s when I fish in Mississippi and the Kaskaskia and heavy current.
Right.
These things drop really quick, really fast.
Right.
Way better than the coin sinkers and way better than the bank sinkers.
Now I
But I
use
tell you
the.
what, you hit a boat with this,
Oh yeah, it's gonna knock a hole in it.
even an aluminum boat.
Oh yeah, that thing's sharp. They are sharp.
Hey, that point is sharp. All those other points are sharp.
Yes. Yeah, like I
Even
said, he has a good mold. If he's filling them out that tight in the molds,
Heck, there's another one.
yeah, Brad does excellent work on his lead. I mean, they're clean.
You can tell that one was the one that. Oh, I froze up a little. No,
Now go the other way with you. Hand up. There you go.
you can tell that one has a little bit of a dent because that was the one that hit my steel toes.
It had to have been. Yep. It sure was.
But these boys
Uh,
are pointy.
yeah, they're pointy.
All right, Eileen. Good night. Be safe.
Good night, Eileen.
Oh crap! That feels
Yeah.
like a 20-pound box.
It does. I swear it feels heavier than 15 pounds. That's for
I
sure.
know. It feels heavier than 15 pounds, and I can lift with one hand. I can lift almost 80 pounds in one hand.
Right.
And that feels like every bit of 80, 90 pounds.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I finally got to meet Kelly.
Kelly Bullock,
Yep. First time I met him today.
he's a cool dude.
Chris from El Gato Azul out of
Yeah.
Texas. Yeah. Met Martin from SUK.
All right, hold on a minute. Piggy, one sound for you when you go.
Oh my God.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah, I met Chris and his boy. He is a super, super nice guy. From El Gato Azul there out of Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a super nice guy. Then I met all the regulars, that everybody knows, Chad and Chris and Telly and J Dog and all them. So yeah, Van and Sandy.
Yeah. I made fun of Piggy, and Turtle Lady dog Willow's going crazy.
No, I can't see the chat. So you reading the chat, Mom? Oh, okay.
I did that. I sent Willow, Turtle Lady a message earlier. She responded back in the chat saying Willow jumped in the air over that one.
Yeah.
But I got 4 tournament. I got 4 versus tournaments to do. One with Serena.
Okay.
Me and Robin versus Serena and JBT.
Right.
And one with me and Robin versus Don R and Turtle Lady.
You talking about Robin C?
Yeah.
Yeah, I met her today. She had her big dog. She's the one that had the big Great Dane, right?
Then after that one,
Yeah.
I want to take Turtle Lady head on 1 versus 1.
Okay.
Big cats.
No, okay. Now, the waters you fish has what, channel cats? Mostly channel cats?
No, my waters I fish
Yeah?
mainly had big blues and big flatheads and a few channel cats.
Okay. Gotcha. I know y'all heard y'all talk about channel cats a lot. So,
Well, I have a lake that's not far from me that has big channel cats and flatheads in it. I
Yeah.
got a lake that has a lot of crappie, channel cats, a couple flatheads, and a lot of carp and buffalo in it.
Okay. Now down home at our house, down around our area, our local little lake, it has channel cats and flatheads. It has no blue in it at all. But the channel cats are pretty good size. I mean, I've caught some good channel cats out there. My biggest one was 17 something on channel cat.
17 pounds?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yeah, that was a big channel cat.
I want to see if I got a picture on Facebook and I can pop up. I normally got a lot of pictures up there. I'm going to see if I can pull one up for you. Last spring, I caught a 18-pound channel cat out of Horseshoe Lake.
Right, that's a good one.
And he was long.
Oh, yeah.
I've never caught a long channel cat like that. I've normally caught them stocky and short.
Right. Yeah, the one I caught, he was long and just had a big old head on him. I mean, just big old gut. But we didn't realize they was channel cats in there that big till, me and a friend of mine was down there fishing one night and ended up catching them things. And I mean, Lord have mercy. We didn't keep none of them that big. I mean, we kept some small ones, 2 or 3 pound stuff. But I caught them on cut bluegill. That's what I was catching them big channel cats on.
Yeah.
And they were tearing that bluegill up.
Come on, get me to where I want to go. There you go.
Did you find it?
Yeah. Here's that picture of that channel cat I caught.
I've got a picture of the one I caught, but it'd take me a while to find that one.
That's why I downloaded a lot of my pictures on. Where's that one?
Oh, yeah.
That's a 17. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a 17 there.
Right. Yeah, that's about what mine looked like.
Believe it or not, he hit a live bluegill.
A live bluegill.
Yeah, live 5-inch bluegill.
Lord mercy. Now, like I said, I caught mine on cut bluegill. I mean, they were live in the bucket, but I was cutting them up and using them.
I put a live bluegill out there just to catch the flathead.
Yep.
And he just tore that one up.
Yeah, me and the wife went fishing in the same spot there one night last year, and it was pouring down rain. That's the place I tore my boat up. I ended up running it on a sandbar, and then I ended up running it into a big tree that was stuck in that sandbar. Busted the transom. Hit that tree so hard I busted my transom.
Hey, Big Matt. There's one of the bluegill blues I caught.
Oh, that's a nice one.
That's a 23-pound blue.
Now, I catch them on the eastern part of Virginia like that, down around the James and the Rappahannock River and little the Mattaponi River is the one we fish a lot. It has some big fish in it, but you have to weed through the small ones to get to them.
I got a pig for you. When I was reeling this one in, the boat hit it.
The what? Another boat hit it?
Yeah, boat. I was fishing from the bank, and it came up, and a boat ran right over its back.
Oh no. Oh yeah. You see the prop mark in it, can't you?
Yep. And that,
Yep.
hey, that boy was 68 pounds.
Mm-mm-mm.
And
It wasn't going to survive with that bad of a cut.
no, he didn't. Neither one of them survived from the boat.
Right.
The one in the middle that looks like a dink
Yeah.
is a 10-pound channel cat.
I'd say, well, the one on this end could eat that one.
Hey, the one on the other end is a 25-pound blue.
It's got a big mark in its back too, don't it?
Yeah, that's from a prop of a boat.
Man, that tells you that fish, them fish, I mean, you can catch them like that, not having them hit like you did, reel them in, but you can catch them with being injured like that. So they come to the surface.
He was on my line.
Oh, that one was.
They both were when I was bringing them in, and they come up to the top, and a boat was trying to cut the line, and he hit the fish.
Oh man! So you made them mad. You made them mad, so they was gonna try to cut you off, huh? Yeah.
So they stayed there, and when I recasted,
yeah,
I put one of my sharp pyramid hooks sinkers on there and missed the driver's head by about maybe a quarter of an inch.
Oh my goodness! Teach them a lesson.
Real quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. We was fishing the women's tournament last year. We were already set up. She had done caught a few. You done caught 2 or 3, hadn't you? Yeah. And, here comes this John boat, and this is a small river, right? Narrow. And these guys come around the bend, and we're set up in that bend of that river because I know where to set up to fish that bend. I fished it a lot. And these guys pulled right down to our right and was casting in where we was fishing, where she was fishing. Not me, where she was. And, I told them, we was catching them and turning them loose. And I think that got them a little upset. And, and I told them we was fishing a tournament. Well, she was fishing a tournament. And it was catch and release only. And they finally left. And, they done screwed her bite up anyway. And Freddie's daughter and her, it was neck and neck, back and forth. He was down on Santee with her. So we went back up river a little ways, and lo and behold, run up on them guys in that boat, in that John boat. So I just went right above them and anchored up and threw it out. And it hadn't no more. I don't think hadn't even set the bail yet, hadn't even set the crank. And the line started just peeling off, like it was, the current was taking it, but it wasn't. No. And I told her, I said, there's a fish on that. You better reel down on it. I mean, it had no sooner hit the bottom and it took off with it. And that was the last fish she caught.
Believe it or not, I had that 53, I had an 8-inch bluegill on it when he hit it.
Oh, yeah.
And that bluegill, I mean, I just casted it out, put the rod and rod holder, closed the bail.
It took off.
Flipped the bait feeder on.
Bait runner, yeah.
And that bait wasn't even a foot underneath the water when he hit.
Grabbed it as it was falling, probably.
Oh, he was chasing something because he got that one really good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't gut hook himself. Hey, QC Brian.
That's why I like bluegill. I mean, it's a natural bait. I mean, any body of water just about it has bluegill in it.
I've had a flathead break a reel on Uncle Lou's rod.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I'm going to have to find the clip and post it because it was bent. And the way I have my drags on my reels, where when it bends, it'll let out drag.
Right.
But that rod, I had that rod in the spring-loaded rod holder, so when it bends down so far, it ain't coming out.
Right.
And that rod came flying back real quick. I'm like, no, something just happened there that ain't right.
Right.
because he was on there.
Right.
You could hear the drag spooling, and all of a sudden that reel came flying back, and the bail wire broke.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, the clip that locks in the bail
Yeah.
busted.
Oh, heck. What'd you have to do? Hand line it, or did you get it?
By the time I could get it fixed,
Yeah.
he was gone.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
a reel that someone gave me a cheap Walmart reel,
Yeah.
and I don't normally use Walmart reels. I normally use pins,
Yeah.
and I took that reel off. And sorry to say, the river has it now. I
Yeah.
was so mad I threw it right in the middle of the current of the river, and I shouldn't have done it, but I did it.
You donated that one, didn't you?
Oh yeah, intentionally donated that one.
Well, yeah. I've got a new PC fund. It's the first time we had used these reels, and I've got one that's broke now. I mean, it broke on her. When you're reeling it, it locks up. I mean, you can't reel it. It clicks. So I got in touch with PC Fund about it. Well, they wanted me to send the video where it broke. And I said, well, the reel is broke. I can guarantee you that.
Where did it break?
Yeah, I mean, we was fishing with it when it broke. And that's what I told the lady. I said she was reeling the fish in when it started just locking up. Something broke in the gears.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could tell it when you're trying to reel it and it just missing. But I went through so much. I still got the reel because, they won't do that with me. I mean, I've got several PC Fund reels. I got 50s and 60s.
Where do you guys live at anyway?
We live in the southwest part of Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, we travel to the eastern part of Virginia to fish. James River, Kerr Reservoir.
Right.
There's a lot. Roanoke River. We got so many little rivers that are eat up with catfish out there on the eastern part. Yeah.
Okay, Johnny. You have a good night. Be safe.
Johnny Small Pepper leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah. He kills me sometimes. He tickles me to death.
I go in his chat and roast him from time to time.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah. Right when he's having a straight-faced conversation, I'll go in there and just razz the daylights out of him just to get a response from him.
Yeah, I like Johnny. I do
too.
Yeah, I like Johnny.
Now he has his McCuddles name, so when he comes up.
Oh yeah,
live stream,
he changes that name so much. Cuddles McMuffin and all kind of crap. What do you want? You drink. Okay. Now I'll tell you, I've been in some motel rooms, right?
That's a motel room with a kitchen and a sink and a table?
It has it all. It has a stove, a full refrigerator, a microwave, a sink, and it even has the utensils and the pots and everything in the bottom.
So you're in the same motel room that Chris is in?
Chris.
With some hammocks.
I don't know.
What's the name of the motel you're in?
We're in the Candlewood Suites. Candlewood Suites is where we're at. And it's a lot cheaper than where we stayed last year at the Crown Plaza. And, because they don't have nothing. They don't even have a refrigerator in the room at the Crown Plaza. And it's a high dollar a night room.
Last time I went into Drury Inn and I got an adult room, they had a refrigerator and they had a cabinet that was refrigerated.
Yeah.
Opened up the cabinet and there was every kind of liquor a man could want.
Oh my goodness.
There were bottles about like that.
Oh
big.
yeah, the airplane bottles. Yeah.
No, these were about maybe like a half a quart bottles.
Oh, okay, got you.
And I tell you what, I went up to the desk and asked them about them, and they go, Oh, don't worry about them. Those are complimentary. You can drink them all if you want.
Oh my goodness.
I had two of them, but I took the rest of them home.
Oh, did you? Well, they said it's complimentary. So
So I go in there from time to time and get one of those rooms, and I
if
check out that little wall cabinet that no one knows about.
you're right.
And 9 times out of 10, they double stock it every day because no one takes anything out. So
Oh my goodness. Say if you stayed there 2 nights and you know all of it was gone, then when they came in to do the room that day, they'd restock it again. But
yeah, they double stock it.
oh shit. I wouldn't want to stay at one of them.
Hey, but they had Jim Beam, Kentucky whiskey, Tennessee whiskey,
Oh Lord.
all the good stuff.
I think that they're
Huh?
She said she'd leave the Jim Beam. She don't like Jim Beam.
I'm allergic.
I left the Jim Beam, but all the other stuff,
Yeah.
it came home with me.
Now I brought what the hell was that I brought with?
Screwball.
Screwball. I brought a ball of screwball with me.
They had an Irish whiskey in there.
Oh, I bet that was good.
That wasn't made in America.
No.
That was real Ireland whiskey.
Oh, I'd say it was smooth then.
Oh, that was smooth, but when it hit, look out!
Oh yeah.
Don't
When you
drink
sit-
that. Don't
If you're
drink
sitting
that on the
down drinking it, you know, you're sitting down drinking it, your legs are gonna feel it, right?
Yeah, but I tell you what, don't guzzle it.
Oh no.
That is a sipping whiskey.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like this. I have it. You know, it's a sipping whiskey or liquor, what it is, but it is peanut butter flavored.
Oh yeah.
It tastes like roasted peanuts. It is so good.
I finally got some Norwegian ale from
Yeah.
Norway and some Norwegian whiskey.
Did it get on you?
I'll put it this way: just 2 good shots of that Norwegian whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh,
Make every-
it'll either loosen you up or light you up.
Make all kind of things happen to you, right?
Oh yeah, I tell you what, if you're not used to a whiskey that can tingle through your body and make things relax,
Yeah.
you feel like you just went to a wet noodle. But hey, that beer has any American dark ale beer will not compare to that dark ale from Norway.
Yeah, they try to make a good, you know, dark beer around, you know, local. We have a couple breweries down home, but I can't drink that stuff. It
Do you
has
like
such
Do you like
Huh?
a dark ale beer?
no, I do not.
What kind
It
of
just,
beer do you like? A full flavor beer?
I drink Bud Light. That's all I drink.
Oh, you like a light beer?
Yeah, we was
I
at
like
the bar. We was at the bar there earlier. You know, we went and had a few drinks and a little bit of bite to eat. And one of the bartenders, she came over and said, "Would you like to have this Budweiser? It's free." I said, "No." I said, they give me such a headache. Budweiser does. Just straight Budweiser kills my head.
I don't like Budweiser because it tastes like water.
Now, Bud Light, I like it. Michelob, Michelob Ultra, I can drink them. They taste about the same. So,
See, all the American beers, I can drink and not get drunk.
yeah.
I can drink dark ale beers and get a light buzz.
Yeah, she was drinking.
like a Scotch beer or a River Rat or a Norwegian beer or something like that.
Yeah.
And 2 of them, I'm lit.
No, hey.
Root beer is good with a Scotch whiskey.
No, is it?
Oh yeah. You get a good A&W root beer that's real thick and foamy and has that sweet taste.
Yeah.
And you put a shot of Scotch whiskey in there. Boy, that's honey.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it is.
That root beer probably masked that whiskey then, that Scotch whiskey a little bit, don't it?
Yeah, a little bit. But you ready for the? We need a kennel for the dog pound coming in.
Who let the dogs out?
No.
Hey, Ricky Bobby, what's going on, baby? Hey,
What's up, Tim?
this is the second time I seen you today. I seen you live at CatCon when Dustin from Team Snag and Whiskers walked up on you. What rod did you buy, buddy?
I had to buy her a FOA rod.
Good man. Buy your wife FOA rod. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm so used to using my 10, 12s, and 18-foot rods.
Yeah.
I have a hard time casting the 7-foot rod.
Oh, these are 5 foot and 6 foot.
Yep. Dude, I was just kind of mulling around listening to the audio, right?
Yeah.
And I heard him start talking to somebody. I went, wait a minute. That sounds like Ricky Bobby. I went over and looked at the phone. I said, holy crackies, that's Ricky Bobby.
Yep.
That'd be like me trying to cast my little dot demon.
Yeah.
I have a hard time casting that because I'm used to casting big rods.
But we fish off a boat, so I can get close to where I want to fish. So,
I have from the bank.
I have 8. I have 8 Uncle Lou rods.
We have 2 FOA.
Have 2 FOA rods, a 6 and a 5. And Lou's rod. Oh, we got so many rods. I got more rods than I got rod holders on the boat. Let's put it that way.
Have you guys ever seen a 2-pound channel cat trying to inhale a 14-knot circle hook with a 7-inch bluegill?
But channel cats are mean. I mean,
This is a flathead.
just like Tim talked today. He said they will, he said you can put a 2-pound sucker out live, and he said them small ones will just beat that thing to death. They'll bite it on the head, knowing they can't eat it, but they just are that aggressive to eat.
I got to show you this little character. This little guy was 2 pounds. He had half that bluegill in his mouth. I don't know how he got that 14-knot circle hook stuck in his mouth. But that was crazy.
Yeah, I bought me some of them Minotaur hooks today. They had a good buy on them.
I like my triple threat offset circle hooks.
Yeah, these Minotaurs got a good offset on them too. I'm gonna try them.
I'm glad. I tell you what, did you have a good time today, Ricky Bobby?
But I had a blast.
Did you meet Danny Stone?
Always. See, last year, Danny Stone stayed with us in the motel room. He slept on the floor because he showed up a day early. His room wasn't going to be ready till the next day. And he was going to sleep in his truck. And I told him, I said, bud, you ain't sleeping in that truck because it was cold out then. It was rainy, cold. I said, just grab your stuff, come on up. We'll put you on the floor. We'll jerk some of the covers off and you can have them. And yeah, he slept on the floor.
Did you go to the Golden Whisker Award?
No, I sat and watched it last night though.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, he took his award and oh yeah, Danny's got to talk, that.
That's that little
Flathead
that had that 14-knot circle hook in his mouth.
Little cutie, little cutie patootie.
He had it upright like this.
Did he?
The bottom was here and the top of the circle hook was here. And he had it jammed in his mouth where he couldn't get it out.
It wasn't even stuck in him.
No, it wasn't stuck. He jammed it in.
You know what? I've caught a few fish like that. The hook gets turned sideways in their mouth and they just won't open their mouth enough to let it go.
Right.
I've caught something like that before. Sure have.
Well, you keep fishing with live bait. Yeah.
And there's that big bluegill. I mean, was half in his mouth and half out, just still flopping.
Yeah. I did go by and see catfish, Chris.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We got the old man of catfishing coming up.
We bought us both.
Hey, Don.
There's
Mr. Don, how's it going?
It's going good.
Good, good.
We're having a heat wave.
Who is?
What is it, 20 degrees?
Yeah, we got up to 20, a little over 20 degrees today.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 50-degree rise from a couple days ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
yeah.
kidding. You guys was getting hammered down there, up there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're up in, I think, North or South Dakota.
When I came in Thursday here, I was running the air conditioner because it was 74, 75 degrees when I came in Thursday. Yesterday, it got up to 41 here, and today it got up in the upper 40s. It was nice. I mean, wind wasn't blowing, pretty bluebird sky. When we went this morning, it was kind of chilly. But when we came out this afternoon, it was real nice. It was real nice.
Still trying to find this one cat. I may have to down.
So how you doing tonight, Don?
I'm doing good. I
Good.
just had a vest on today when I walked the dog.
Well, you probably used to that cold weather. I'm not.
Never
mean-
get used to it.
I
So
say,
did you walk the dog or did the dog walk you?
Nah, she's too small to walk me yet. But
now I'm telling you,
She will.
Robin C. had a dog today with her. Beautiful, beautiful speckled Great Dane.
yeah, I was watching the Carolina Sinkers booth. They had their all day today and yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
with Chris.
Yeah, and I was able to see that dog go by.
Oh, yeah, he's a beautiful dog.
It was
Friendly.
fun picking you guys out of the crowd.
I swore I could almost swear the last 2 days when people were live,
Yeah,
I seen Robin's dog in live.
you probably did.
That Brindle,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
the Brindle boxer.
Yeah.
No, he's a Great Dane. He's a Great Dane.
I know, but it was a great Dane. But I swore that was Robin's dog.
Yeah,
What?
he's a brindle colored. He's just, he's just a big old dog. He's just a teddy bear is all he is.
Did
Small.
you get to meet John Parker?
Oh, yeah, run
You
into
didn't
him
shake
today.
you didn't shake his hand, did you?
No, I didn't shake his hand.
There, now, I found the picture I wanted to show you.
Abbott, how's your eyes doing?
I had to reschedule last week's eye surgery because the surgery center had pipes broken and flooded.
Oh, okay.
So I still got surgery next week. So they're going to do the left eye in that surgery, and the surgery they're going to reschedule is going to be for the right eye.
Okay. But yeah, hopefully you can get that straightened out for you.
I'm hoping to, because man, I miss fishing.
Then he won't have any excuses.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
He won't be like John Parker, will he? Can't see the rod?
Hey, Whiskers,
Yes, sir.
wait till you see this picture coming up.
All right.
This is out of the Kaskaskia River, where I like to fish.
I see the circle of death.
Who-
Oh, that's a good one.
Whose fish are you holding, Evan?
Yeah. Good one. Good one, Don.
Don with a quickie.
Nice
Don's
fish.
right on today.
My father-in-law did that when we were in Virginia. He came out. There were some guys fishing at the dam at Kerr Reservoir,
Yeah.
and they were catching some big ones. So he took their stringer and held it up and took a picture of it like they were his fish.
Oh, okay.
That one, hey,
Boy, I
that
tell
one
you.
took a stringer all by himself.
Oh, my goodness.
That was a 73-pound blue.
That's a good. But you're a big man. I mean, it
Yeah.
takes. Yeah.
That's some weight just to hold up. Just
Well, you can see it swagged in your hand right there.
uh-huh. But look at his belly.
That's what I'm looking at.
He actually looked like he swallowed about 3 footballs.
Yeah. He been eating good.
Oh yeah, and he actually swallowed a 11-inch live sucker.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
That's the one I've been looking for because that one is second to my PB.
Okay.
I can't find that PB picture because I showed it to someone on my Facebook page and it disappeared after that.
Now my flathead, is in the 40s, and my blues in the 30s. That's as far as I've got on them. And the flathead, I caught him on a white sucker. It was about 8 inches long.
Oh, that's cool.
And I was perch fishing. It was in the wintertime. I was perch fishing down there on our local lake. I was sitting on some brush piles. And I took one rod with me, one big rod. And I had this sucker that I'd caught in the trap. And I hooked it on. I just threw it out, left it laying. I never touched that thing all evening, all morning. And I was catching perch off that one brush pile and stuff. And I decided I was going to move up to the next one. So I reeled everything up. And I grabbed a hold of that rod. And I went to reeling it and it acted like it was hung. I thought, shoot. And it was right on a big rock bluff. It was a big drop off right there. And I reeled and reeled and I kept pulling and I felt it move just a little bit. So I reeled again. I thought, well, it just sinkers hung. And I pulled again. Well, it pulled back. Undoubtedly, it was laying right there where he just sucked it up and backed up wherever he was laying, in a hole or whatever. And I pulled him out of that hole. He come alive then.
I tell you what, on the Kaskaskia one night, I forgot to put weight on one of my 12-foot rods. I put a bluegill on there.
Yeah.
I put the bluegill foot off the bank and turned around to go get a weight to put on there, and I looked back and the rod was bent over.
You're right. Come in there to feed.
I just pulled the line in and there's like a 35-pound flathead on it.
Right. They come in close to the bank of a night to feed. You don't have to really throw out. I mean, that one I caught, he wasn't far off the bank where I threw the rod, but it's just a sheer drop off on that rock ledge there.
Yeah, but
You got a nice spot right there. They'll come up on that flat in the evening. They love it.
Right. It's a gravel flat up on top there. It was in about, I was sitting in about 18 foot of water fishing in brush piles on that gravel flat. And then it just dropped off into about 35 foot.
Yeah, but as bad as this flathead was, I don't know how he got up in that shallow water.
Right.
He knew how he got up in there.
Yeah, he just eased up in there. He was easing up in there to feed. That's what he was doing.
This one was a pig for 35 pounds.
I imagine he was probably just cruising the banks right there looking for bluegill up along the side of the bank.
That's what, that or small or bass or whatever that come into the bank of the night to feed.
Bank, yeah.
Yep, they
See
do.
if we got that picture here to show you.
Hey, Johnny.
There he is.
Good evening. Buck.
You see what kind of pig he was. Because, he was long and fat. To be up in 1.5 feet, 2 foot of water.
Right. Well, he probably didn't need 8 inches of water to cover him because if they're flat, they're flat.
He wasn't quite flat. He was
Mike
more
Sampson,
round
how's it
than
going?
Yeah, see,
There you go.
he's about
River
8
Rat 3030, what's up, brother?
He was a pig.
Oh yeah, that's good looking flatty.
He went back though, but I love flatheads. They're good tasting.
Yeah, they are.
Came
I like-
through the water like a shark with his dorsal fin sticking out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. But I like I said, you could in 18 inches of water, you could see him.
You should have.
Speaking out of the water. But with
But
my back to him, I didn't see him once.
right. I mean, with the color he is, and you looking down in them, rocks and stuff right there along the bank, that fish would have been hard to see because he was laying still.
Hey, he was in mud, a muddy
Right.
bank.
And when you dropped that bluegill right out, you probably dropped it pretty close to him.
I probably dropped it right in front of him because
He sucked it right.
I just dropped it off just to get away.
Right.
Keep the bluegill alive.
Right. Well, if you listen to Patriot James, he free lines live bait like that without a weight and catches them.
Because I wasn't going after flathead that night. I was going after big blues.
Right.
Good
Change of
evening,
plan.
Real Bill, high and muddy.
Change of plans. What are you changing, Tim?
No, he was going for blue cats and caught that flathead and change of plan.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's it.
Question for Whisker Dreams. Not to change the subject, but what is the meaning to that tattoo on your right arm?
My right arm.
Your
This
catfish.
arm or this arm? That's
You
my
said your
left.
right arm, right forearm.
Well, that's a left.
That. Yeah.
That's a left arm. Because everything's backwards on the camera.
I know. He's talking about your right forearm.
I ain't got one on the right forearm. On this one. Is he talking about that?
I guess so. I don't know. He didn't specify.
That's my granddaughter's. That's two of them. This is the other two on this forearm. That's my other two granddaughters.
He said yes.
Yes, what?
I don't know. I'm just getting one-word answers.
Then I got the two catfish. I just had these done. She ain't finished with them. She got to work on them some more.
Hey,
She got to
Scott,
put.
Hey, Scott.
This is a flathead here. We got to put more color in him, and she's gonna put in a tree. In here, it's like he's chasing this one.
I can't wait to see Don Ark at a flathead.
I'd have to come visit you. We don't have up here.
Yeah, you don't have them that far north, do you, Don?
He should.
They say we don't.
Right
One of my goals is prove them wrong.
there, you go.
But if I go to the Red River in the southern end, I could probably get into some.
Okay.
But
I thought you'd have flatheads up there with those channel cats.
no, we got channel cats, and that's it. That according to the state, there are no blues and there's no flatheads. But I've heard a lot of people say they've caught blues, and a year or so ago, I thought I had caught a blue. I cleaned them, went home, went to bed, and I got thinking. I thought, you know what, that one, I think it was a blue, but I wasn't going to go dig the carcass out of the garbage to look at it again.
Right.
Hey, Real Bill.
People really underestimate fishing, just a few feet from shore.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I noticed in my area for wintertime baits is shad. No
Right.
skip, no bluegills, no other baits. Straight shad. But come spring, they're getting off to feeding a shad and going for bluegills and all the other baits.
I think that's because I think the shad may be more active in the wintertime than the bluegills are in bass.
Oh yeah, because bluegills are hiding from the.
Yeah, they're not hardly moving. I think the shad move around a little bit more, and gives more opportunity to catch.
Right. And then in the spring, your bluegills start moving up.
Yeah, and then when
They
they
move
start
up.
moving around, they go, "Hey, that looks even better."
Yeah, and so your blues and your flatheads are gonna follow them up in that shallow water. 4, 3, 2 foot of water.
How quick would you guys like me to catch a bluegill?
What, you go out the back? You go out the back bait tank and get one?
Yeah, he probably got some in his tank. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
You gonna go take his little Snoopy pole out to the bait tank and woo?
No, I'm
You
just
take
gonna
a dip
go
net.
with a net and just bring them up and show them to you.
Yeah.
Realville, I hope to get out there again. I wanna go back and fish Kerr Reservoir again. When I had the chance, I never realized the size of the fish that were actually out there.
Hello, Joey. I know you're around somewhere.
Yeah, you're in my neck of the woods, Mr. Don.
My sister lives in Asheville, and
Okay.
I need to make a trip out to see her and kind of use that as a jumping off point for a while.
Right. Yeah,
Kind of
Asheville ain't that far to go to Kerr.
Now, I lived in Suffolk, Virginia for about 10 years, and
Oh, okay. I know where you're at.
we always camped up at Kerr and then fished rivers around there. And,
The Roanoke River and
yeah.
oh shoot. I can't think of that other river it dumps into there.
There was a couple of them that ran through there.
Yeah.
But that was, 2000, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
But when I fished Kerr Reservoir, I just threw a crawler out there, and I was happy with eater-sized channel cats off the shore.
Right.
And I actually caught a blue, and I didn't know it until I started this YouTube channel, and I had it up as a picture, and somebody says, well, that one's a blue.
Right.
And I went back and looked at the picture, and it surely was. I never knew I had ever caught a blue.
Yeah. You can tell by the anal fin. If you can't tell by the side colors, the anal fins are different. One's rounded and one's sharp.
I just was never into thinking about that too much. If it fit on the grill, it was good enough for me.
There you go. Well, you know, the world record come out of Kerr Reservoir on the Virginia side.
Yeah, and they got
That's
some
what-
huge
Mississippi,
stripers.
And it was caught on a piece of chicken.
Well,
Look it up. It was caught on a piece of chicken.
well, I got to clean it first before I show it, Steve.
and then I was reading an article by a guy. He said he catches at least 50 crappie a year that are pushing 5 pounds.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I got another crappie I can show you. I caught out of Cardinal Lake weighing about 2 pounds apiece.
Yeah.
My mind can't grasp a 5 pound crappie.
No, me neither.
I looked up.
That'd be a slab.
Yeah, I looked
You
up
know
the
how
state
big a-
record, and it was like, wow, they really do catch them that big.
Yeah.
You know how big my chest is, right?
Yeah.
I'll show you a crappie. And this ain't small compared to me. Oh, it is small compared to me, but it's actually a 3 pound crappie.
Well, the catfish are small compared to you that you've been showing. So
Well, look at this crappie.
So I've caught nice fish. I just never really put much heed to it.
that's a big crappie. Tell by the size of your hands. You got big hands too.
Yeah, but he spans the width of my chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a lot thinner then.
Yeah, that's before I started really getting into eating everything, eating all those briskets and ribs and everything I cook.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a surprise for Wendy.
If you guys want to catch some big crop, you need to go down to Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stardust, Eden, Grenada. Man, that's the place right there.
Yeah, they say they catch some good ones.
Well, Miss Wendy, good evening.
Is Wendy in here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wendy, I pick you up and I toss you into your hot tub.
Hey, Winders. How's it going, baby girl?
Wendy. Hello, Wendy.
She likes poking Bigfoot in the wind. Then she don't like the after effects after that.
No, you know.
I think she could take you. She's pretty spunky.
Yeah,
The other night, I told her I was going to drop a 5-pound bucket of ice water on her.
yeah,
Then I dunked her in like a tea bag in a hot tub.
yeah. Yeah, you was
She said
picking
they're
on
trying to
her.
drown her.
You was picking on her and Ashley the other night.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she threw me right in the ditch.
I
Yeah,
did.
don't stand too close because she'll pull you in the hot tub with her.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, Wendy, we got to do sometime. We got to do a simultaneous live, you and your hot tub and me and mine. Call it hot
Hey,
tub
guy,
talk,
how you doing?
like that.
I don't want to be on that live.
But
Oh no, it ain't.
you know
I'm
what?
not. I will have swimming trunks on. I promise.
I don't care, Tim. I no.
Wendy's been
Hey, well,
retired.
hey, looky here, Ricky Bobby. You know I'm getting ready to do that trailer out of the hot tub for the Daisy Dudes tournament.
No, I know you are. I know you are.
It's got to warm up a little bit more though before I do that. But
Wendy,
yeah,
I got a surprise for you.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
everything. Good evening.
Avid's got a surprise for Wendy. I mean, you got to do something real good to shock her. Now I'm gonna tell you, Avid.
he's reaching down in his bag of masks. Doo, 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 doo.
Yeah, he's reaching down in something. I like his new chair.
Just like mine.
It is that high back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Except
sports
mine's
chair.
blue.
You're sitting in the garage, Joe, ain't you?
Yeah.
Don?
Yeah, Wendy,
Um,
you're now a mod, but
I'm sitting in my garage. You can see my bicycle. There.
Yeah, yeah.
And if I
Well-
move my head just a little bit, you can see that's my gong sitting right.
Wendy, to hell with the money. Keep the video. I haven't seen it yet.
I know I can make some people into a super mod, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm still not sure how to even make somebody a mod.
You just go through YouTube when you're live,
Yeah.
have a second device open, and go into your chat and click the 3 dots next to someone's name, and it'll give me a list of what to do. And on the bottom it says "Add Moderator." Bottom of that list. It's quite simple.
I guess I was just watching Wendy's gardening stuff.
Now she does a lot of gardening, don't she?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, I planted another flat of seeds today,
Did you?
but I got some that are sprouting already. They were in the window. I had to put a heat lamp on because it was below 30 below,
No,
and
Steve.
the cold air coming off the window. I was scared it was going to
Right,
raise heck with my seeds, but
right.
It probably would have.
yeah.
Steve Ransom, you have to be live on StreamYard to have a second device open and YouTube on your live.
Yeah,
And on YouTube side of chat, you have to click on the names and make them a mod that way. You cannot do it through StreamYards.
right.
Now, on my, when I click on the 3 dots on like someone's name, I can add a managing moderator or a regular moderator. And the managing moderator will be a lot higher than the regular mod.
Yeah.
I ain't neither one, so I don't have a wrench on the average channel.
I haven't seen you. Oh, yeah, I have. I can fix that.
Yeah, Wendy's going to help me out. I'm going to try my hand at making some salsa
Is Miss
and some
Whisker
hot
still in
sauce.
here?
I
Do what
ordered-
happened?
I was trying to see if your wife is still in chat.
No, she's asleep. She's had a hard day.
I bet.
How hot a hot sauce you gonna make, Don? You gonna make your ears turn red?
Yeah, some of that. A little bit of everything. I got ordered some peppers from Jimmy
Yeah.
Pepper
Y'all can have all that hot sauce. I don't do hot sauce. No.
Why
I
not?
got I got
No.
peppers that have no heat, just sweet, and some
No,
are-
I can eat those. Now we
Thank you,
had some
Wendy.
last night. We went to a little. It's a little family owned business. It said hot chicken and barbecue, and we got some of the best smoked wings that I have ever tasted. You didn't have to have no sauce on them, no nothing. It's called Louis Hot Chicken and Barbecue is the name of the place. It's just a little bitty place. I mean, they had two little bars at the windows that you could sit and eat. That's all the sitting space they had. But we brought it back to the room. But I'm telling you, he gave us some Louis sauce just to try it. And, we wanted ranch with our wings, but you could eat them wings with nothing. They were that good.
Steve Ransom, if your daughter is managing moderator, she could add mods or take them away.
Yeah.
But I went to a breakfast restaurant the other morning. I got the south of the border omelet. Had 4 different kinds of hot peppers in it. It wasn't hot enough yet, so I added at least a third of a bottle of hot sauce on top of it just to get it at the right temperature. And they ate the whole thing and asked for another one.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm looking forward to getting together with you and making some salsa.
Well,
I
you've
was-
got all the you've got all everything planted to grow it, right?
Yep.
Who remembers the Chipmunks?
I do.
Oh yeah.
Alvin, Simon, Theodore.
Yeah.
We got Alvin in the house.
Alvin,
do
Alvin
it.
Lewis. Alvin.
Uh-huh. That's why I always say Alvin, Simon, Theodore.
The 3 little chipmunks.
Well, what happened to fishing with squirrel? You came in here and says it's time to roast squirrels, and I haven't seen him since.
Yeah, Wendy, I like habanero is probably my favorite pepper, but I got some that are mild and sweet, and then I got some that are hot, and then I did get one ghost pepper one, just
I have some
Ooh,
around with.
Ghost peppers. Woo.
no. Don't want no part of that. Now the wife, she makes pepper jelly.
That's what Wendy just said.
Yeah.
Hey Don. Hey Don. Would you take the Packy one chip challenge?
Would I?
Yeah.
Probably.
I've seen a lot of people chunk out on it, man. Boy, woo! I don't know if I'd want
I
to do
would
it.
not do it unless I had a full stomach.
Yeah, that turns her tongue blue or green when they eat that thing.
Yeah, it's the food coloring that does that.
Yeah, I mean the chip is just one chip in that little
Yep.
box, and I've seen people trying to eat it, and they suffer trying to eat that thing.
Yeah, Wendy, that's where I got my pepper seeds from.
I made
My doctor probably wouldn't like it if I did it.
Yeah,
I made 66 pint jars of habanero peppers like that.
Yeah.
Like that. I only got one left.
true.
People thought they were regular jalapeno jam.
Was it?
And I took in 2 or 3 at a time. I'm like, be careful.
Yeah.
That ain't jalapeno jam. That's something a lot stronger.
Wendy's making some strawberry habanero jam. Oh man, that sounds good. Woo,
I got strawberries. I got habaneros.
man,
Oh.
that.
I even
Yeah.
got some scorpion peppers that get touched into them.
Y'all talking hot stuff now. I didn't know. I don't want no part of that stuff, boy.
Well, I tell you what, some strawberry habanero jam on some toast would probably be woo.
No. No.
Hey, Ricky,
Yeah.
what about the Reaper peppers?
Oh hell no. 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 A sweet green pepper or a sweet banana pepper, that's about as far as I go on pepper.
Hey Scott, how's it going, buddy?
I
Not
don't
today.
want,
And not tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, not today, not tomorrow, Scott.
Hey, you like his new get around tool he's got?
That's pretty. I seen that video on that.
That's
That's,
awesome.
Yeah, I like that.
hey, you know what? If it gets him around, it gets him around.
Sure. Yes.
It keeps him active. That's more power to him.
Yeah. That's a
205,
fact.
welcome in.
He,
I'd do the chip with you if you went first.
No, hey, you do it at the same time.
You
there
can
you go, Don.
I-
Don knows how to play the game.
You sit there watching Wendy squirm for a while.
Yeah. Holding that gallon of milk up, trying to drink it.
Hey, Apache.
She said she's got a chip from 2021. Ain't got the cojones to try it.
Oh, I wouldn't try that thing either.
Hold on a minute. You gotta see what Apache just said.
What'd he say?
He says, I had a coot from the swamps in Louisiana. Let me try some white lightning and with habanero. And it about made me spit fire.
Oh, I'd say.
White lightning with habanero. Holy crikey. White lightning's bad enough already.
Yeah, you put habaneros in moonshine, buddy. That, chew.
Hey,
No.
just think of putting a ghost pepper or a reaper pepper in there with it.
Yeah, just put it down in there.
Well,
Add more in it.
Hey,
you'd be
just
shooting
cut the
fire
top
out the
of-
other end, that's for sure.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Tim.
hey, all you do is cut the two tops, the stems off, and leave the tops open with the seeds in it, and just drop them in there.
Oh, no.
For about 20, 30 minutes.
No. I ain't touching it.
Yeah, Apache, I've been on a lucky
Then you
streak.
just take out the peppers after 20 minutes, strain it, put it back in the jar, and no one know any better.
Yeah, right. You couldn't swallow it.
Hey,
By the time you
You never-
swallowed it, it'd be
have
too
to
late.
swallow it before you even realize it was hot.
Yeah, that's what I say. By the time you swallowed it and it burnt, after a few seconds, and then your windpipe, your goozle, everything's on fire. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was doctoring for my esophagus, inside my mind, I kept saying, "Don't ask me about hot food." If you
Yeah.
don't ask me, then I don't have to quit.
Right.
8922. That's actually a good idea. Plant your ghost peppers next to your bell peppers, and when they bloom, they'll cross pollinate each other.
Yeah, I've heard people doing that.
I've done it.
Yeah.
I've even grafted them like that.
Now she makes a stuffed. It's a cream cheese sausage stuffed hot pepper that she takes to our reunions and stuff. Now they eat the crap out of them things. Not me. I don't want no part of them.
I still
Virginia,
have
when
two
I
pepper plants I've grafted together.
Yeah.
Scorpion peppers and ghost peppers, the bell peppers. I still got those 4 plants still growing.
hey,
Oh, they're grafted.
Yeah, I grafted them like that. To where they can get bell pepper with a scorpion flavor
Yeah.
and the scorpion pepper with a bell pepper flavor.
Oh my good. You just splitting them up there a little bit.
Yeah, giving them some flavor, but also giving them more meat and more spice to it.
hey, that way I could fool the wife, and she'd let me put peppers in when I'm cooking.
Yeah, when you hold this big green pepper, it looks like a sweet bell pepper. Is that here? See, it's the sweet bell pepper.
It's just
That
a
don't
bell
take
pepper.
no
It's just
time.
an innocent little bell pepper, baby.
Yeah.
That only take 1 meal before she beats you.
Oh, I did get a new hat today.
FOA?
It's Nina's.
Oh, Nina's?
Oh, Nina.
Yeah, I got it signed by different people today.
Hey, Smoke, how you doing, bud?
There's Brian Bees, Chunky, Art, One Ton Fishing Club, Has was
You really
giving
did.
away $1,000 worth of stuff today.
What's up, Smoke?
Who won
buy
that giveaway?
in raffle tickets, and I bought 3 and she bought 3, but he didn't sell many tickets. I don't know if he raffled it off or not. I ain't heard nothing. 'Cause he was-
Wendy wants to know, did you have fun?
Oh, I had a ball, had a blast. We had a great time there today.
Let me ask you this.
They give away
This may be a Captain Obvious question, but what was more fun, meeting the people or seeing the things?
meeting the people.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and
Did
they
you
give.
did you get to see Jody?
Yes, she snuck up behind me.
Did she?
Yeah, she's still having trouble with her voice.
Yeah,
she's got.
she's had no voice all weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, she snuck up behind me. We was sitting there talking to Freddie and them, and she walked up behind me.
I don't
No.
think she was there today, was she?
Yes, sir, she was.
Oh,
Now, was she as short as what I think she is?
She's shorter than I am, and I'm short,
And how tall are you?
5'7".
Damn.
Me and Chris and Telly, you know, they always talk about it. Me and him's about the same height.
I met Chris.
Yeah, well,
He's about up to my shoulder.
no, him and I about the same height. I mean, we looking eye to eye at each other.
No, Telly is taller than Chris.
Yep, she sure is.
yeah. Every time I seen you today on the live, you looked like you were having a lot of fun.
Hey, Tony Harrison,
I
that was
was.
a good CatCon video. I loved it.
There was a lot of people doing lives. Even Alicia, she done one today.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Yeah, she was gonna come back by and see me, and we never did get back connected. I mean, it's such a big place there today. I mean, Lord have
I'm
mercy.
watching a lot of lives today from CatCon.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, I watched a few of them this morning.
the one that Q Stands did with Epic doing
Yes.
his thing.
oh yeah, during
I
his
couldn't understand Epic, so I just backed out.
right, his mic. You know, we was there during Epic's thing. You know, we was there, and once we got back and was listening to Stan's video and stuff, yeah, you couldn't hear Epic talking. I mean, it was breaking up so bad.
Yeah, a lot of the lives were like that today. They were really
Real choppy. Real choppy.
Well, yeah,
job.
they had to pay for a connection. A lot of them had to pay $20 just to connect. And you know, Alicia did. She had to go pay $20 just to get connected.
Boy, they got everything covered, don't they?
Alicia recorded it.
Huh?
Alicia has it.
No, Alicia, she done her own walkthrough. She done
Yeah.
about an hour and a half, and hers was real good. Hers was clear.
No,
yeah.
I'm
She
just
was
saying,
having problems with her phone too because it was broken.
the only video I had problems hearing was Epic on Q Stands.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it was because Epic had that ear mic on, and he was speaking through a speaker that was in the back.
Because
Where
normally,
we were sitting, the speaker was on the pole behind us. So with Stan up next to the front, he was up there next to Epic. And
I
you know,
couldn't understand anything Epic said.
right, he had his back to that speaker. So I'd say he wasn't picking up nothing. Now, if he'd probably been in the back, you probably would have been able to hear him, but you wouldn't have been able to see Epic.
it was too much echo and too much backlash from the
Yeah,
all that stuff. I couldn't understand him.
right.
There was a lot of people went live this morning. I got up and it was like, oh, which one do I want? So I had my TV going on one. I had 3 YouTubes open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my notification was about this big. Everybody was live. I was like, dang, who do I want to go see?
Yeah, 922. That's about right. Big
Couldn't
donut
keep
glass
up with chat.
equals crappy signal.
Now, there was a lot of people who was over on the crappie fishing side, you know. There was a lot of people over there, too.
Hey,
They had-
did you see the Bluff City tackle booth?
Yes?
You know how far that is from me? 30 minutes.
Is it?
Yeah, that's down to Southern Illinois, down to
That's in Alton.
yeah.
And I tell you what, if you could see everything he had in that store for fishing,
Right.
it's packed in there. A lot of catfishing gear, a lot of crappie gear, some things to do with bass, but it's mainly crappie and catfishing.
Right.
Yeah, I had somebody that was going to do some shopping for me, but you know what? It ended up that if I go online and order it, that it was actually cheaper.
Don, I looked for that rod that you was looking for, and I could not find one that they had there.
Now you know why I've been looking so long.
Right. Now, Big Mike had his 2 16-foot ones there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had his 2 big casting rods that he had him leaning up against a curtain back there. You would think that rod would be so heavy, being 16 foot long, right? It's as light as my 7.5 foot and 8 foot rods that I have. And he's got a deep sea rig on that thing.
You know the other part that's heavy in that rod?
Huh?
You know the other part that's heavy in that rod?
The reel was the heaviest part.
That's it.
The rod, I mean, that thing was being 16 foot long, and it was a Mad Cat's rod. That thing was as light as a feather.
I'm surprised Danny Stone didn't try to steal it.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, I know it.
It's all about money, Scott. That's right.
Get a buddy for Black Betty there.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go together next year, Wendy.
I hope to see y'all here next year.
But
I
found out yesterday or the day before, Louisville, Kentucky is only 4.5 hours from my house.
Yeah, it's a straight shot across for you, straight across to southern Indiana, and you're there.
Why didn't you come?
No, it's straight south.
Yeah. Why didn't you come, Abbott?
Because the surgeries that have been planned for this week.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Hey, good evening, Danny. Congratulations.
Well, you need to get you a driver like John Parker.
No.
They drove all the way from the other end of Virginia.
I can still drive, but the surgeries wouldn't let me drive afterwards.
Right.
Danny Stone.
Congratulations, Danny Stone.
Congratulations, buddy. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, he did.
Him and Jody both deserved all the medals they got.
Yes, they did.
I think they deserve more, but that's just me.
Yeah, Danny's a hoot. I mean, you meet him in person. I mean, he's just like he is on his videos. I mean,
he came up in the Golden Whisker Awards last night and said, I don't need no microphone.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he don't need no microphone.
He did. I can hear him loud and clear.
Oh, yeah. But Danny, I mean, yeah. You meet Danny in person, he's just like he is on his videos, on his live streams. He is a hoot. Danny is. Had his little dog with him.
I was going to say, did he have his little attack dog with him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, because of him, I was looking for a 12-foot pole today.
Was you? I looked. I went around and looked, Don. I couldn't find nothing. I just couldn't find what you was looking for.
And Dustin had walked through the crappie section there, and he went past the B&M rods, and I'm like, whoop, slow down a little bit. Slow down.
Yeah.
Catfish rod in storage I call White Lightning.
Right?
Yeah, if you notice my avatar, that's the picture I was telling you about.
Yeah, I see it.
I had that little shell cat and then the other one, and it just never dawned on me they weren't the same.
That's not a little channel cat.
Yeah, he was probably 3-4 pounds is all.
That ain't little.
That's a decent sized channel.
I'd say he's every bit of 5 or 6 pounds, if not better.
By the size of that cooler he's sitting in front of.
I know.
I mean, that's what I'm going off of, is that styrofoam cooler behind him.
That's what I'm going off of too, because he's half the size of the cooler.
Yeah.
And he's more than 3 times the size of the tail in length.
Right.
Hey, Billy.
That's almost like a 20 or 30 pound channel cat.
Yeah. I don't know if I could. I mean, you know, the small channel cats I catch, and like that one I caught 17 pounds. That is one fighting fish. Now,
I tell
They
you
would-
what, the bigger the channel cats, the harder they fight.
if there was ever a channel cat at 60 pounds, you'd never land it.
No, you wouldn't.
There's no way. As much power as they have,
I think our state record is like 54.
oh boy.
Damn.
It was caught out of a farm pond, and I don't think that should qualify for a state record.
No, it should not have a pond. Now,
It
the,
was-
Good night, Steve Ransom.
now the world record come out of Santee Cooper. What was it? 61 pound, 58 pound, 61 pound.
Hey, Danny Stone, I got a question for you.
Go ahead and ask him, Evan.
I want to just. Have you ever heard of the new commercial for Rent-A-Fish?
Oh Lord. Here we go.
Wait, Steve.
Okay, which one is it going to be? Which one is it going to be?
The latest one, the best one you have.
The newest one? Okay, here we go. Hey, folks, you got a tournament coming up. You got a 1v1 coming up. You got a show coming up. Call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. You need fish for your show? Call Rent-A-Fish. Let's look at some of the endorsements. JP says, I'm a professional cat fisherman and I use Rent-A-Fish. Martin says, those blokes from across the pond deliver. Froggy says, for a riveting good time, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Don't be a chump like Sir Dink-a-Lot and call 1-800-RENT-A-DINK. Call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. And now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
That was a
Wendy, you going to bed? Or
I
movie?
met Martin.
I usually do those better just right off the fly, but you know, as a matter of fact, I made that video.
Oh
and
shoot, mine cut off.
No, Steve is going out tonight. He's leaving. Hey, Eric B.
I think Ricky just killed his phone.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
Turn your phone sideways, Ricky.
No, it just shut. I think it just shut down.
Yeah, I think the battery died.
I'm gonna give me another
That's
cup.
gonna be fun.
I'm gonna go get me some coffee. I'll be right back.
He went to move it and pushed that magic button that kicks him off.
Danny, what'd you think of that commercial?
Boy, I'm glad my dog, she goes to bed at 8 o'clock every night, but the last 2 hours she turns into a devil dog. The rest of the day she is so disciplined and she's so smart and learns. And then all of a sudden, just before bedtime, she just gets crazy wild. But she's
What
only
is your
2 months
birthday?
old. Huh?
You got a devil dog when it goes to bedtime?
Yeah. Just before she goes to bed, it seems like it's okay. I stored up all this extra energy. I need to run it off and go crazy so I can
Go
go
back
to
to bed.
sleep.
It sounds like Willow. Angelina's dog.
Yeah, I think her dog's about the same age.
Yeah, I believe so, but I tell you what. I can get that dog to be sleeping next to her on the couch, and I can send Angelina a text message for that dog, and she'll play it and not knowing what it is, and Willow will hear it, and she'll get up and go crazy.
Well, when you do your squeakers and stuff, you drive my dog nuts. She starts, that's when she starts going into her devil mode.
Uh-oh.
I call her devil dog. She just wants attention. She wants it now. And, and I guess I don't give her credit. She's only 3 months old, but I'm expecting her to be perfect already.
No.
But we're working on it.
Oh, yeah. I understand that.
I got
I have two dogs that love squeakers, so I torture them enough, so I figured I'd do it to other dogs I know that like squeaky sounds.
Well, that's her cue for me that it's time to go play.
Uh,
And she grabs a toy and she gets on that squeaker and just honks it. And I got one that's got a squeaker on each end. And when I push the squeaker on the other end, she's like, "No, I want that one." And boy, if my finger's getting away, she gets them.
your fingers get bit. Hey, Eric B, thank you for coming in. He's saying hi to you, Don.
Yeah, I already said hi to Eric.
Oh, okay.
But good evening again, sir, Eric. I should go to bed. I got 9 o'clock tomorrow, so
I'm off tomorrow, so
I was going to stretch my green screen up tonight, but I got ready to do it. I don't know. I got screw-in eye bolts all over the place, but be damned if I can find one.
you're welcome, Eric. You're welcome. Hey, Eric, if you want, you can come up on panel, unless you're driving.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, it was some of the awards. I was really happy for the people that won. Some of them I didn't have any idea who they were.
Some of them I knew a lot of them. I knew them all, but I'm glad for the ones that the smaller ones that won, but they deserved it. But they all deserved it. Don't get me wrong. But me being someone that says sports, small channels and stuff like that, yeah.
Well, next year I'm hoping somebody nominates my boat. I'm going to do some work on it this year, and I ordered a Jackery power station for it so I can run all my phones and cameras and lights and everything off it for a couple of days before I have to charge it. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at putting a little diesel heater in there. Good evening, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Apache says Uncle Don won the hat and gator I really wanted earlier. He is on a lucky streak.
Yeah, on Serena's giveaway, I won a hat and a gator too. So one's going to be green and one's going to be blue. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
And today I got in some line and a towel that I won.
Dang.
Yeah, I've been doing good. I had a long dry spell, but
My dry spell's been over a year and a half for winning anything.
yeah, for me, I miss half of it even when I'm in there because I'm goofing off, and all of a sudden it's over, and I forgot to put in and this and that. I don't take it seriously. Half the time I don't remember until it comes in the mail. And it's kind of fun that way.
Last
Woo!
giveaway I won was on Builds the Water channel at 1K giveaway, and I won the Uncle Lou rod. And the funny part about that is Dee tried to time me out before I entered into it.
Hmm.
And she didn't make it.
Well, I'm starting to save stuff up for my 1K giveaway in about 10 years.
Hey, it's going to take me 10 years to hit 1,500.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna have to drop for a little bit. I got a message coming in. Mike was supposed to get a hold of me tonight.
All right, Jim.
He's gonna help me set up my StreamYard. I'm thinking I might go live tomorrow if the weather's halfway decent. I really want to go fishing. I really want to go fishing bad, and I'm hoping it's gonna be good tomorrow. So
If you ever need help, let me know.
yeah,
I'll be looking for you.
all right, yeah. If that's not his message, I'll come back up. But I see a message came in while I was in the house. So
All right.
y'all have a nice evening, Don. It's nice talking to you, buddy. Always nice talking to you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Okay, Abbott, I'll
Be
talk to you
looking
later.
for you.
Talk to you
And,
later.
and you know, you're gonna get to what everybody else gets. Everybody in chat. Hi-yo.
Hey, do one more run and fish commercial. Just for
Okay.
Danny.
Abbott, I'm going to grab coffee.
All right.
Well, Abbott or Danny, you drive careful.
Hold on, Danny.
You got
One more commercial for you.
Okay, here we go, Danny. You got a fishing show coming on and the fish are not biting real well? Call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. They have big fish all the time. 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Let's look at some endorsements. Danny Stone says, man, when it's slow, I call Rent-A-Fish. They always deliver. They even delivered me a Paulby with a hook on its head. That's 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. And now back to your regularly scheduled
I
programming.
like that one. That was cool.
Well, you know what? When they showed his videos today for Bank Angle of the Year, they showed him holding that pieball fish that had the fish hook in the top of his head. That too. I tell you what, that's got to be the coolest fish I ever seen in my life. That thing was just beautiful.
You know he has channel memberships, and one of them's a pieball. And
One of them is the pieball.
membership. I'm part of the pieball.
Before you leave, Tim, I got one request.
Okay.
When Angelina and I go whoop up on Abbott and Robin, I need you to come up and run that ad for me.
Do you a 1-800-RENT-A-FISH commercial?
Yeah, then I'll pick up my phone and start dialing.
Absolutely, I will do that for you. Hey, let me know when that 1v1 comes on, and I'll definitely come up and do it for you.
My secret
that's gonna
weapon.
Be after, that's gonna be right after Serena and JBT take on me and Robin.
I'll definitely keep that in mind. I'll start writing me one up for Don R.
Yeah, I might have to go plant some around, but I'll get the job done one way or another.
Yeah, he may have to go out on his boat to do it, but he's going to try to get the job done.
Robin's not in here, is she?
No, she's probably with her husband back at the motel room or hanging out with some of the people at the CatCon.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go check these messages. I'll see y'all later.
Night, Danny.
Well, that's good she's not in here because she challenged me to a one-on-one.
Who
And
did? Oh, Robin?
yeah, and it's the most inches.
Night, Scott.
So I plan to go up to the lake and get into the big pike and muskie.
Oh,
I can rack up a lot of inches that way.
oh, yeah. Hey, Wendy, so when are you going to come up on my panel and grace us?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice if she would do that?
That'd be nice. But I think she's scared.
Yeah, I'd like to do a tournament where it's the first. We always do it up here. We do the first, the most, and the biggest. So you got to win 2 out of 3. So if you get the first fish, you kind of got your foot in the door, and then it's pretty challenging to see who gets the most and who gets the biggest. But getting that first one is pretty important.
Oh, yeah, getting the first fish is always the hard part. The second part is getting the most fish. Once you get the most fish, it's a hard part of getting the biggest.
But even if you get the first, doesn't mean you can get the most and the biggest.
No.
That's what I always do with my grandkids. Well, that's what we always wager. We wager 2 bets on the first, the most, and the biggest. Some reason I never get paid, though, come think about it.
Oh, we got the dog back. Where's the dog pound? Where's the kennel?
Whew. That coffee cup got hot.
Dang, somebody put a chain on me and I couldn't get away.
Damn.
That message was from Avid. That was the message from you earlier.
Gotcha, didn't I?
Yeah, that was when we were texting earlier, and I told you I was going to the store and stuff. But Mike's supposed to help me get that StreamYard together tonight.
So how many random fish commercials do you come up with?
You know what? I just whatever comes to my mind. It's like say Don, he asked for a rent a fish commercial. I'm thinking about it now. Like the other day when John Parker caught that Mondo Hondo. Okay. The rent a fish commercial came out right off the beginning was news alert. John Parker catches Mondo Hondo. This commercial break is brought to you by 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Things like that they just pop in my head.
Solo, you're welcome. Now, hey, here's a heads up, Tim. I'm gonna give you a tip of one of the people that's gonna be on panel tomorrow night. And I want you to do a rent-a-fish commercial for him.
Please be John Parker or Brokeback Bob, one of the two. That would be awesome.
Creel.
Creel? Okay. Let me think about that now. Yeah.
You know Creel.
I'm thinking maybe some Cajun 800 catfishing. Cajun 1-800 Cajun.
Make it really good and really funny.
1-800 Rent-A-Fish Cajun style.
Yeah, you could end mine with, and Avid and Robin are not eligible to call this number.
I think for that day their numbers will be blocked. Yes, that's it.
Don't worry, I got another phone number to get me fish.
What 800 Rent-A-Dink? Are you going to be Sir Dink a lot?
1-800 Epic Catfishing.
Okay, I can't mess with Tim Scott. I can't do it. I'm sorry. He's a Hall of Famer. I can't mess with him.
Hey,
I'm glad to see they inducted him to the Hall of Fame this year. He deserves it.
Hey, 80's a fellow Illinoisan.
Yep, he sure is. Now, that man is smart about catfishing, boy. Woo. He takes it to a whole new level.
Him and Sean, they fished down here in the Mississippi, down around Alton, and they pulled out some monsters. And if they were to keep a couple of them to register, they'd break the Illinois state record, the United States record, and the world record. Blues.
That man is smart about catfishing.
Yeah, I'd love to see him come up here in our waters and put his knowledge to work and actually see what he would come up with, where he would go and how he would fish it. See how much different it would be the way I've been doing it for years.
Oh, I'm guaranteeing you, if he went over that thing a couple times in his boat.
Scanned the whole lake, see what was going on. Yep.
No, I'm just talking about the river. If you went through that river slowly and looked at things and checked it out, he'd pick spots out with his fish finder and tell you where to fish it and how to fish it.
Yeah, see, I use a fish finder to keep me from running aground, but to the most part, when I'm going down the river, I'm always watching the shoreline and the current flow. And as
Find
it goes
current seam or an eddy, and there you're on it. You find yourself a current seam or an eddy. That's where you want to stop.
Find an underwater wing dike, it'd be good.
Yep, a wing dike would be good.
The underwater wing dike would be best.
Yeah, we just got straight river. We don't have the wing dikes or anything like that. But I do have one spot that I've never been able to get my boat to hold with an anchor, but I'm better prepared now. I can get further upstream from it. But it must go from about 8 or 10 feet down to 30-some feet drop. And I've never fished with heavy sinkers and stuff before. But so I'm looking forward to this year where I can get it to drop off that edge and down in there. Because I know from shore you can catch a lot of catfish in there, but nothing real big.
Hey Scott, where's Joy at? Normally she's in chat right along with you.
Yeah, you can find a deep hole in the river. That's where they're gonna be at.
Yeah, the average is probably 8 foot.
I like to fish. I find more confluences than I do wing dikes.
Mm. Yeah, I look for the eddies and try and get in the right position to fish them. Sometimes I go lighter weight because I want it to go ahead and drift around in the eddy.
In the circle, yeah, just like it would naturally do, just like drift around. Yep.
Yeah, there's one place I put a bobber on, and that bobber will go around that big eddy probably about 10 times before I have to reel it in and reset it again. And it's always been a good producer doing that. But I know how deep it is, so I just set my bobber so I'm probably 6 to 12 inches off the bottom. And if I put a light sinker on, it'll drag it around anyhow.
I just want to find out how he'd fish the confluences. If he'd fish them the same way he'd fish a wing dike, or if he'd fish them differently. Hi, Joy.
Well, we have
Scott.
Hey, Joy.
good evening, Joy.
Deuces, baby girl.
We have a wing wall by the dam outlet, and I took my pole, I put a 4-ounce on it, and I threw it, and boy, I thought that thing was going a mile. And when it dropped, I wasn't even halfway to where I wanted to be because we're up so high off the water that by the time it dropped, it just started coming back at me.
Coming right back at you, yep.
So I had to throw it and try and peel out line real
Well,
fast.
that's the only way you can do it.
So that's why I was looking at a 12-footer with about a 4-ounce sinker. And if I can get it out there, then I would do the lance thing and
There she is.
hook my bait on the line and let it slide down to where the sinker is.
Joy, 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 joy to the world.
But so I'm going to see if I can get closer to it, because if you get right where the outflow is, there's a lot of current on top, but underneath there's no current.
Undercurrent, you gotta watch
Probably a
out.
little bit of a back current, and I think that's right where these big cats and stuff are sitting.
Water's nice and calm. That's
Right.
where it's sit. Wait for things to go across the top of them.
Yep. 'Cause when they're up in that tail race, people get all ticked off because they're fishing for walleye and they start pulling all these 2-3 pound catfish out instead.
Yeah, how did those pineapple muffins turn out, Joy?
Tell you what, Don, you got something up there I wish I had around here.
What's
Big
that?
walleye. Big walleye.
Hey, go
Yeah.
down below Carlisle Lake at the swinging bridge. You'll catch walleye.
A guy broke a state record 2 years ago, and a guy was videotaping him, and he went back in the backwaters and snagged the damn thing, and then tried to say he caught the state record. Well, he got caught. The guy came up with the video and says, "Yeah, you want to see how he caught that? Well, it's illegal to snag."
That's right. I'm
So
glad
that-
you stood up and said something, because that's not right.
Just a shame, he took a state record sized walleye out, and the walleye died, and he caught it illegally and then tried to capitalize on it. But there's some of all types out there.
Hey, Indiana, Chris, welcome in. If you're on Facebook, Chris, message me. I want to talk to you about something.
What's up,
Good.
Chris?
Chris. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped about going fishing. After this last cold snap, we got a lot of ice to get rid of.
Yeah, I bet.
Unfortunately, most of the snow and ice we have will all go downstream. So all the lower part of the Missouri and Mississippi will benefit maybe too much, but they'll benefit more off it than we will. We have to wait for the Little Missouri and the Yellowstone before we can fill our lake.
Wendy, you got to worry about one thing. If Bigfoot don't pick you up and throw you in the hot tub, and then when you're in the hot tub, he picks up the 3 muffins and scarfs them down. Then you're in trouble.
I got a little hot plate here, and I can sip on a cup of coffee for hours, and it stays nice and warm.
Oh, lucky dog.
I got me a couple of mugs to keep my coffee nice and hot for hours. That's very important to me.
My coffee don't last that long.
My wife kind of bought one as a joke, and I actually got 2 of them when I'm camping. I got one that I sit outside and drink my coffee, and some mornings it cools off so fast, and I'll put it on that little heat pad, and it keeps it just a nice temperature to drink.
Yeah, I got one of those for a joke gag for Christmas, and I'm thinking, you think that's a joke? I want that.
Yeah, I was pretty much the same way.
I use that when I'm in the house, drink it out of a regular cup instead of an insulated cup. I take coffee to work in my insulated cup, and that's why it takes me hours to drink it, because I'm busy at work.
Yeah, my insulated cup, I'll fill that up and go out and run errands, even with this cold weather, and it'll stay 3-4 hours and still be warm enough to drink.
Wendy, Bigfoot would do that to a man just as well when it comes to food. Bigfoot don't let man or woman get in front of him when it comes to food. He'd fill a hot tub with men, women, and children just to get to the food and leave them soaking wet. Joy, what did you put in there with those pineapples and those muffins? Were those blueberry pineapple muffins or just pineapple? Because I know Scott got you guys good when he wasn't expecting it. He wheeled into the kitchen and put a camera on you when your backs were turned.
Tim, whereabouts are you located?
I live in East Central Illinois. Do you know where Champaign, Illinois is? It's the home of University of Illinois.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Okay, it's probably 30 miles from the Illinois-Indiana border on the east side, about halfway down.
Yeah, Champaign-Urbana.
Yeah, I live in a little town just right outside of there called Bonneville.
Yeah, you're just straight north of Louisville then?
Well, we're a little bit west of Louisville. You got to go across a little bit of Indiana to get there.
I wish I had a United States map where I could put little pins where everybody lives so that if I ever get the opportunity to take some time to go fishing, I can look at how many people I can catch in one area.
You can put like blue pins in there for places you haven't been, and then take them out and put red in the places you have been.
Yeah.
Wendy, if you're poking Bigfoot, you might get a bite.
That would be almost like a sticker board type thing.
Indiana Christians, Tim should move to normal.
It'd be pretty interesting.
I'm Abby Normal. I don't want to live in Normal.
Hey, but the only problem you'd have to worry about is the blooming idiots next door to you.
There you go.
Bloomington normal?
Yep.
They go to Bloomington to bloom, then they come back to normal, try to be normal, and don't work.
Well, I do go there once in a while, and every time I go there, I got to stop at Avante's to get me some, gondola sandwich.
No wonder why you came out to where you were. Yeah, but it's gonna be fun tomorrow night.
I hope so. My wife messaged me. I'm gonna try to look at these messages. If I drop off, I'll come back. But Got to see what she's saying.
Who's that?
My wife, she's messaging me.
Oh, okay. Oh, she inside?
Yeah. Dog ice cream recipe. Oh, a recipe for ice cream for dog. For the catfish dog.
Yeah, I think Rebecca from Tidal Weight or Carolina Weights is going to come up one of these Sunday mornings for me. I've been kind of leery about asking people, but
You know, Don, you could probably go out and buy yourself a map of the U.S. somewhere.
buy what?
A map of the United States.
Oh, I got one. I just can't get to it because my garage is so messy. I need to start doing that.
You know what? You're kind of like me. If you can't find it, you go buy another one, and then 2 days later, you find what you were looking for.
Yeah, I bought one because I put sticker pins in of all the places that I've been and lived. And it's kind of cool. You step back and look at it, and it's like, wow. You know, it just puts a different perspective on things.
I sent you a message, Chris.
Yeah, my wife sent me that dog ice cream recipe because the catfish dog loves ice cream.
Who, Chris? Granny?
Move.
Or Ellie Mae? Hey, Ronnie. I think Danny might be out already. He was
Chris Uselton.
getting ready for the long drive. Well, it'd be a lot more fun, Wendy, if he'd come up and join us. If it wasn't fun, I would go to bed and so I can get up early in the morning.
Wendy, you're not on Messenger, so I can't message you. North of the Mason-Dixon line for you, Joy? Do you even know what that is? You've been in Texas so long.
Oh, come on, Joy. That's not fair. You know, it's funny. When I was in the Navy and we were stationed in Pensacola. Well, even more so when we went to Virginia. I came home and people were like, couldn't understand me. I said, I'm talking the same way I always do. I said, no, you got a real bad accent. I said, well, I kind of was thinking the same thing about you.
Carpentersville. I know where that's at, Wendy.
Bourbonnais? Where's that at, Wendy?
Bourbonnais is just south of Chicago. If you take 57 going north, you'll run through Bourbonnais, right between Kankakee and Chicago on 57.
Chris, you've been around my channel for a long time and you haven't done anything wrong yet, so I trust you. Just let me know what you think of it and what the capabilities are.
Yeah, Tim, it would be a lot of fun to come out and hit some of you guys up just to sit on the bank for a few hours with a line in the water and chew the fat.
Well, I tell you, that's probably about all we be doing in this area because, you know, I have to do a little bit of traveling to get to some big fish because a lot of the rivers in my area are all headwaters. For instance, the Kaskaskia, which Avid just loves, starts right outside my house.
I catch some big cats out of there.
I bet you do. I wish
You
they
seen
could get
some
all.
of the pictures, didn't you?
Yeah, I wish they could get all the way up here, boy. It'd be nice, but there's too many dams between here and there.
Yeah, but I wonder how you would react to a 70-pound blue on the end of your line.
Oh my
Yeah, you
God.
can, Chris.
Well, I would probably hope I brought me another pair of pants with me. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, my PB is an 83-pound blue out of that same river.
I fished a lot of creeks, and people thought, well, you might catch a sucker or a carp, and I would come home with some nice northerns, 4 or 5 pounds. And one time I hooked into one that he had to be 12, 15 pounds. And that was almost low enough water I could walk across.
See, that was my doings last spring. I would go drive around the country and find a good sized creek running through there, and I'd stop fishing.
Yeah.
I stopped at this one time, and the cornfield was flooded right next to it, but the water was flowing right down in the creek, and I mean it was flowing hard down in.
Here's one for you,
Yep.
Tim.
That's where the worm's going. Boom! And I caught a big old carp out of that swirl.
Here's one for you, Tim. Chris says 70-pound blue. I'd crap my drawers.
That's why I
Yeah.
say you better bring me another pair of pants because I'm gonna need them.
Yeah, Serena almost got me convinced. One thing I've never did is target carp. I've caught a lot, but never
Don.
went after them.
Don. You know what? Looky here. Whenever I want to get into a good fight, I always get my heavy rods and head straight for the river and go carp fishing because they fight like heck.
I remember I'd go up on the hills and look down into the water, and I would see carp out there that had to be 4 pushing 5 feet long. Their moths were coming out, sucking on top of the water, and they had to be a good 6 inches in diameter.
Yeah, pound for pound, carp is probably one of the best fighting fish, and you always know when you got a carp because they always run left, then right, then left, then right.
Yeah.
You know you got a carp then.
Yeah, I know, Chris. I know you know what I want in chat. I know Wendy does too. But I'm looking for people that I can trust in chat with that kind of power. And not just block people just for time people out just for giggles. What happened?
You fingered something.
Don, you didn't just say that.
I don't figure that kind of stuff.
You just about made me choke on my coffee.
If I drank another pot of coffee, I wouldn't go to sleep until
I still got a half a pot
midnight
sitting
at
in
10
there.
o'clock.
I hate these big suckers we get. I haven't seen a couple I caught, but hell, they're probably 18, 20 inches long. And I want to catch the little 8, 10-inch ones to use for bait. And then I got thinking about it. Why don't I just cut one of those up and use it? Can't use
There you
them a
go.
lot.
Why
Those
don't you
suckers
just cut
can't
one of
catch
them bad
that
boys
down
up?
there for bait.
Take yourself, lay it on the bank, take yourself a nice stick, beat the heck out of it, then cut it up.
That's what I do with the suckers and the carp.
Yep, beat them up good and hard so the blood starts flowing through the meat and cut them up.
If I could catch suckers like that, man, those would be going in the freezer for bait.
Yeah, now that I'm going to use them for bait, I don't catch them very much. But them suckers, they get up there and they are such light biters, and they'll suck the whole damn thing off. And
Wendy,
they'll just lay there with it, and you don't even know you got them until you start reeling them in.
yeah, Wendy, when you do, just look up Avid Fisherman on Facebook.
Chris, if I travel, I got one of these freezer refrigerators that I plug into the truck, and I can quick freeze anything I catch. But it's pretty good size. I can put a lot of fish. I'll bring some walleye with me, but I don't usually fish for walleye. I think they're overrated.
Walleye? Really? Really? Do you think?
Really good eating, but up there where Don is,
Yeah, that's I get where you're coming from, Don, because that's pretty much a common fish for you up there. But down here, boy, walleye, man, that's some good eating.
walk up to Wendy, pick her up by her ankles, and dunk her in a hot tub like a tea bag again.
I like getting a big, about 10-pound northern pike or somewhere in there, 10, 15 pounds, and then I fillet the tail out, and then the rib cage I cut into about inch and a half steaks. And then I throw them on a pan in the oven and season them up with lemon and butter. And boy, I tell you, that's just as good as a walleye.
You know, I've heard people talking about eating pike and eating muskie. Boy, I guess I just have to know how to cook it. I've never ever considered eating either one of those fish, thinking they were maybe just too bony for me.
Yeah, they have a lot of bones, but like I said, you get a big one, you can cut that tail section off. You get a real nice fillet. And then when you cut your steaks and you cook them, that meat just, with a fork, it'll just peel right off them bones. If you scale them and leave the skin on, when you pull that skin up, it'll pull the meat right off the bones. You can get a full skeleton left when you're done eating it.
Really?
Hey,
But
Crazy Hillbilly.
they make a lot of fuss over the Y bones, but if you get a nice sized one, you know, they're so big that it's, you know, you got to pick them out, but it's not that bad.
Well, you know, I guess I can see the point where you're saying fillet the tail section. I can see that because there's not really many bones down there.
No,
Wendy, I can take you out of the hot
When a
tub and dunk in a horse trough full of ice water.
And with a fish that big, I imagine that tail section's a pretty good sized chunk of fillet.
yeah,
That tail section?
it's really good. As long as you catch them when the water's not too warm, which is most of the year here, our water doesn't get warmed up, but we very seldom the lake gets over 70 degrees. And that's midsummer. But
That's why those fish like that thrive so well out there, because it don't get too hot for them.
Yeah, the northerns like to stay up in those shallows, so sometimes it gets a little warmer in there and the meat gets a little softer. But
Yeah, that's like when I crappie fish. I do not crappie fish in the summertime. It's only in the spring and in the fall.
Why not?
And midwinter too, because in the summertime it seems to me their meat just gets a little mushy when
You
they're
know
real.
the best way to cure that, Tim?
How's that?
Get a cooler just for your crappie that you catch.
Right?
Fill it maybe a half full of water. And get 2 40-pound bags of ice and dump them in that water. And as you catch them, you got a slurry. Just put them in that ice water, and it'll.
Just make them cold. Make them cold right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
it'll make it cold, real quick.
Yeah.
Never
Really?
thought about that.
it's almost like dang near like freeze drying them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's basically like freeze drying, but it's an ethical way to kill them and put the meat in a winter state of eating where it's fresher.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but in the summertime, I'm always on other things like catfish and bass.
Yeah.
You
I
can
got
catfish too.
I have a bush trimmer, kind of sharp points on it. And all my fish, I reach in and I clip the gills and bleed them, and then I throw them on ice. And
You know, that's what I do too. I always bleed my fish out. I learned that a couple of years ago, because after if you bleed them out and let them bleed completely out when you fillet them, there's no blood in the meat.
Wendy, I could put 1,000 pounds of ice in that swimming pool, then toss you in there.
yeah, it really makes a difference. I had to do one that way and one not, and go up to and flay them side by side, and I couldn't believe the difference, especially catfish. I didn't have a big bloody mess on the table when I got done.
That's absolutely right. That's what I started with doing was my catfish. I would just after I catch my limit, I would just go into gills and cut up the gills, because that's where all the blood goes through, and and leave them on the stringer, just throw them back in the water for a while, and 15 minutes later I'll get them out and fillet them. No blood everywhere. It's great.
Normally, when I go after catfish I want to eat, I take 250-quart marine coolers, fill them halfway up with water, and put the rest of it with ice in it and make a slurry, and I throw the catfish in there. And I tell you what, they become summertime to wintertime cats real quick.
Yeah, some people, they'll throw them in the live well, and then after they're pretty much dead, then they'll clip them and bleed them. And it's kind of, well, you're kind of late. you got to get them when that blood is really flowing.
While that blood is pumping. Yep, absolutely.
But those head shears, boy, that works nice. I just stick them in there in one snip, and you can see the blood pumping out.
Yeah, I just take my fillet knife and stick it in there in the gills and just start, squirreling around in there and cutting them all up.
I got a butcher knife that does that good. A meat cleaver.
Yeah. Well, I've got a smaller fillet knife that I use. I don't use my regular fillet knife, but I got a smaller one with a smaller blade on it where I can get in there and dig around and do the trick.
Yeah, it's
I just roll the cats on the back, take that meat cleaver, and just bing down to the bone, and just roll them over, and let them bleed out.
That's one of the most important things I've learned in the last couple of years. Bleed them out before you clean them. It works great.
boy, Wendy, that's some good bait.
I can, with that meat cleaver, I can get catfish to bleed out with one swing.
Yeah, I bet.
And it's only like a 1.5 2 pound meat cleaver. But in the hands of a guy like me, I could swing that thing.
Yeah, I bought a cheap cleaver, and my wife thought I was crazy. And when I showed her cutting vegetables and stuff with it, pretty soon I noticed she uses it all the time now.
Well, this one was a old 1960s meat cleaver that was handed down to me from my grandmother's side of the family. Her mother passed it down to her and passed it down to her, and when she died, she passed it over to me. And that thing is thick, but I tell you what, if I threw that in the tree, it would stick, almost bury itself in that tree.
Yeah, I'd like some one day. Freeze them up and send them to me.
That meat cleaver has an edge on it that I've not touched, but it is wicked sharp.
Yeah, my wife at first she said, "Well, it's so heavy," and then she found out the weight of it just makes cutting a lot easier.
That's what the weight's for.
Yeah,
Heck, I can put it in the vise upside down with the blade pointing up and take a silk scarf and let it float right down to it, and it cuts it. I'm like, how the hell? There's no weight to the scarf. It should lay right over the blade, but it don't. Figure that one out, Tim.
That's too sharp for me. I'd
Trust me.
be losing a finger or something. I know that.
I got all my.
I don't know who the last one to sharpen it.
They did a damn good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my knives piled up about 2 feet high out here to get sharpened, and I got a Tormac sharpener, so when I get it set up, I like to do them all at one time. And I ordered some from a guy that was on the YouTube stuff, and I thought he made them himself. And when I got them, I found out they're all made in Pakistan.
Oh, yeah.
And they weren't really that sharp, but I think the steel is good enough to make them that sharp.
Yeah, it's all. That's what counts is the steel. Absolutely.
I have to hide that meat cleaver
Yeah.
because people will want to use it and they don't know how to use it. And when I watch them how they dice up veggies and stuff, they hit their fingers too many times. All they have to do is hit their finger once with that meat cleaver, and they'd be going to the hospital, getting their fingers stitched back on.
Yeah, with a cleaver that sharp, I don't think I'd be doing vegetables with it.
I wouldn't either.
That's
Well,
just too small for a big old cleaver that sharp.
That's what I like about that high blade is I can get my knuckles in there and keep it away from my fingers.
Yeah, well, I've seen people that get that blade right next to the finger, and with meat cleaver that sharp, no. That's not a good idea.
Well, Wendy, if you're not coming up, I might have to go to bed. You said you'd be up in a little while.
Yeah, she said she was, but
Wendy, are you kidding me? The infamous Don R is calling you
I got
out.
fired,
You're
so
afraid
was
to come up.
Wendy, the only thing you have to worry about is Chris, because he can time you out.
Wendy's in prime form tonight. She don't want to come up. That's when she's fun.
Come on, you come up just for a minute, girl. Come on now.
Get her
Come
going.
on. Come on. Hey, come on, baby girl. Come on up.
Wendy, if you start behaving, I'm going to dunk you in the swimming pool of ice water.
Yeah, Billy was supposed to send me a bunch of crayfish for ice fishing for Burbach, but haven't seen any yet. Up
You
here,
know, that's one thing I missed from when I was young. We used to go out and seine the Kaskaskia here for crawdads when I was young. Boy, I sure miss doing that stuff.
yeah, we used to pull seine nets, and we'd get so many crayfish in there. Never thought once about trying to eat them or use them for bait. We used to they were annoyance.
Oh, we used them for bait. We used to have this little pond in one of our local lakes around here. The shallow end, you can see it's only about 8-10 inches deep, and you can see the holes in the ground where the crawdads have made their little holes underwater. And we'd take a cane pole and just dip a worm down in that hole, pull it up real slow. Here come the crawdad.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
Tim,
never thought of it when I was a kid about using them. Now I wish I had some, and I can't get any.
I put 5 crawdad traps down in Kaskaskia to catch crawdads.
Yeah. The
And
state.
have you ever seen what a blue and flathead does to a crawdad trap full of
I was gonna say,
crawdads?
good luck catching a crawdad down that way. They get ate before they get ate as soon as they're born.
I had went back to check them, and they were over half full, but the cages were almost destroyed with live crawdads still in them. You can see bite marks where flatheads and blues are trying to eat the crawdads through the cage. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's my mix, Chris. I guess we did call them crayfish when I grew up. But
A friend of mine got one of these new ones that's made out of net, and a flathead tore the hell out of it, got in there, ate the bait, and ate all the crawfish and got out.
yeah, the state's got some real funky rules about putting in a net for them to get them. The hole can't be more than, I think, 1.25 inches. I said, hell, a nice crayfish wouldn't be able to hardly get in that little hole.
No.
That's the reason for that, to keep the big breeders out of the traps and keep breeding.
Well, they got the original metal ones that have big holes in them.
Yeah.
That's about, I think, 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches. The ones I use, and I get all the big ones in there.
Yeah, I bought a trap and I went down to the state game and fish and I said, is this legal to use for crayfish? Nobody could answer the questions. They looked it up and they said 1.5 inches. Well, it was 1.5 inches all the way because it was square trap. It was less than 1.5 inches all the way across. And I went to everybody in that office and nobody could answer my question. So they pulled the game warden in and he says, well, I don't know, but if I see you with it in the water, I'll give you a ticket. I said, how can you give me a ticket if you can't tell me it's illegal to do it? But that's kind of the mindset around here. They give you a ticket and then you got to prove your innocence.
Well, they got to prove you're wrong before they give you a ticket.
Because it says 1.5 inches opening. It doesn't say 1.5 inches hole.
Right.
And if I had the 1.5 inches all the way across, I could get nice crayfish going in there. But I don't know. then depending on where you put them and this and that, they just make it so difficult that I've never put them in the water. You have to be by them the whole time. You can't put them in like in the evening and come back in the morning and check it. You have
Well,
to.
I don't trust the areas around here where I'm at to leave them
Well,
there where we can come back.
So I want to figure out something this year. Maybe when I'm out in the pontoon and I'm anchored in a good spot, I might throw them down.
But I found out rotten fish and chicken liver and what was the other one? Carp guts in there really attract those crayfish up in those traps.
Well, we put table scraps in there, chicken bones and vegetables and bread and stuff like that. And we'd always get a lot of crayfish, but we were looking for the suckers because we sold them for bait for a few years until they came around and started making all these rules and regulations.
Till they started regulating everything. Yep.
Yeah, they regulate shit and then everybody else has to pay for it.
Well, that's the idea behind the regulations, to make money.
They already make enough money just off fishing license.
No, they can't never make enough money as far as they're concerned.
Well, here in North Dakota, they cater to out-of-state fishermen. And local fishermen pretty much are getting screwed.
Illinois, the only thing they cater to is the fishermen and duck hunters.
Yeah. And, you look at the end of the year, they put out their report of all their citations. And 90% of the citations are from people from Minnesota. They come across state line and they'll have 3-4 times the number of fish they're supposed to have. But if they get caught, all they lose is they can't come back to North Dakota and fish for a year. Well, hell, when they start going with 20, 30 walleyes and go back and get caught, they lose the walleyes and can't come back for a year. But if they don't get caught, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I'll be right back. I have to give me something to drink.
We used to have that problem over here on our big lake. Some people were coming down and were raping the lake because they had a fish market in a small town close to there.
Mm-hmm.
And the fishermen got with the DNR, and the DNR set up a sting operation. What these people would do is they were along a long road where the lake crossed over where the bridge crossed over the lake, and they would fish down there in the middle of the two bridges and catch a bunch, put them in a 5-gallon bucket, run them up, and a car would come across and stop and pick up that bucket and drive on.
Yeah.
They would do that all day long. So one day I drove over there, get ready to go fishing, and I pull up on the bridge there, and there is cops everywhere and DNR everywhere, and they was hauling them guys out like left and right, and I'm like, it's about dang time.
Yeah, they do that. They'll set off with the spotting scopes. And if you catch your limit and then you continue to fish and give it away to people, they'll ticket you.
Yes, they will, because you actually caught that fish. It don't matter if you give it to somebody else. You caught it.
A lot of people try to do that. They pawn their fish off because they want to keep fishing and don't realize that, you're allowed 5 a day, and that means 5.
But that's right. You know what? You can pawn your fish off legally. That's fine. But if you catch 5 fish and give all 5 fish of those away, you ain't got no fish.
Yeah, the other thing they do is they'll catch their limit in the morning, go home, put it in the freezer, and turn around, come out in the afternoon, and catch their limit again.
You know what? Think about that.
Why do people think the law is not for them?
Here's a funny little story about that. We have trout season here in the state of Illinois, and twice a year they dump trout into certain lakes. DNR does this. Well, we're out there fishing this one lake, and these guys sitting right next to us caught their limit, left, came back, sat right down in the same spot with the same clothes on, caught a limit again, and the DNR guy was sitting across the lake and watched it the whole time.
Yeah.
So when they came back, they didn't even change their clothes or nothing. They came back, same clothes, sat in the same spot, and he rolled them.
Yeah. There's so many of them. They just think they're never going to get caught, and they probably did it 100 times and never got caught. But I don't mess with them because their penalties are sometimes pretty steep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
legally, you could lose all your fishing gear or get it tied up in the court system for years.
Yep.
Ain't
Well,
worth the hassle at my age.
That's why every year I get a new DNR, regulations book, and I go through it before I go fishing, because I tell you what, you ain't gonna get me. It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I go down to the state, and I think they just hate when I come down there because I read it word for word.
Yep.
And I go down and ask them before I do it. But I know there's a big gray area in the wording. One of them was, they said you were allowed multiple hooks, but they have to be no more than 12 inches apart. And I thought, woohoo, I'll be able to go and use a drop rig and put multiple hooks on as long as they ain't 12 inches apart. And they said, oh, no, that means like on a plug, they can't be more than 12 inches apart. I said, how many people around here use 12-inch long plug or crankbait? It just, but it didn't say that. It just says you're allowed to use multiple hooks as long as there's not more than 12 inches apart.
Yeah, I think they purposely gray up that area just to get you on that.
So, you can fight it. You might win. The odds are you won't. But it just ain't worth the hassle. I go down and ask them about it, and hopefully they'll reword it or clarify it the next time the regulations come out. So
I always keep track of my regulations every year in case they change something.
oh yeah.
That's what I was telling Don. I get the book every spring and go through it.
Well, they just released an app for your phone. So you can go in there and if you have your license paid for and forget to have a paper copy, you can go in there and show them right on your phone that you got a license and everything. And
Yeah, we had it was a couple years ago. We had to do that. Everybody had to go online to get their license because the DNR website crashed on. You could go into Walmart and get your license, and they printed out this and that. DNR website crashed real bad a couple of years ago, and you had to go on their website to get yours, and it just came on your phone.
yeah.
You show the screen, which was fine. But a lot of the DNR officers around here, that if you have that on your phone, also want to see your driver's license to make sure.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, that's
I do
fair.
it too, but then they start asking you for the paper form.
And
Yeah,
which
one of our bait shops that sells licenses quit doing it, but they have to pay a lot of money to get blessed to be able to sell the licenses online. To print them out for people, and people were really bitching. They said, well, you can just go on your phone and get yourself a license. He said, I can't remember how much he had to pay a year to go on the same site, fill out the information, and print it out for him. And he said, why pay the money? Everybody can, nobody does that much anymore, and he's paying money and just for a few people that still want to do it that way.
Well, I got a bait shop that I always go to get my fishing license. It's just a kind of a right.
Yeah, I like doing it that way.
I don't like going to Walmart to get it. I'd rather go to my favorite bait shop and give them the 50 cents, whatever issuing fee they get out of it.
Yeah,
than somebody else.
but they have to pay for that service too. So it's not like they're making a lot of money doing it.
No, they're not.
People should appreciate being able to do it.
They don't make a lot of money on it, but
Chris,
that's
you
why I
gotta
give
watch
my
out
2
with
cents for it.
muskrats. Chris, you gotta watch out for these muskrats. They'll get in the fish basket and eat every fish you have in there.
Yeah, they will. Yeah. Yeah, people forget about things like that. And mink are the same way. Mink
Yeah,
and,
mink and muskrats. They'll find a basket full of fish that you leave it in there and overnight, and they'll rip that cage open with their teeth and their claws and get in there and eat everything you got.
I was down crappie fishing one day, and I had a stringer about 5 crappies sitting in the water, and I'm just fishing around, and I see my stringer line kind of jerking. I'm thinking, okay, these crappies are getting a little hoppity down there, and I look down, and some water snake had the back of one of them crappies in his mouth and was trying to take the whole stringer.
I know what you're talking about. It's not the water moccasin, it's the other one.
No, it's just a regular water snake.
I know, but it has a name. I'm trying to think of it.
I just call them.
copperhead.
Huh?
No, these are non-poisonous around here.
Copperhead.
I just call them.
They have the
just call 'em water.
cottonmouth and they have the a greenback water snake. I can't think of the name.
Yeah, it was hilarious because he had clamped down on one of the fish and was trying to take the whole stringer. I was like, boy, I'll give you pride for that one, but give me my fish back.
Yeah, the garden snakes get a little bit bigger than the water snakes here, and they look a lot alike, but they're greenbacked.
These
I
water
had,
snakes down here, they get up to almost 3.5, 4 feet long.
Yeah. Yeah, I had almost the same thing happen to me, Tim. I see my stringer pulling, and I pull it up, and it was a snapping turtle about 3 foot in diameter. I mean, that thing was about that big. So I picked up a big flat rock, and I told my buddy, next time it pulls, pull it up real slow so that turtle comes up with him, and then I was going to throw this rock and bash him. Well, I raised that rock up, my feet slipped on the bank, I went down in the water, and I felt that turtle crawl right across my crotch. I had nightmares that night.
Woo!
Chris, that's prime location for minks and water muskrats.
Hey,
Wig,
John, you found Wendy. Yeah, I've had some pretty fun times fishing.
I've seen some funny things out there. I was fishing one day, and I seen 2 bullfrogs sitting up on the moss, and they were sumo wrestling over territory. It was hilarious. They look like 2 big fat. Stand up on their back legs, look like 2 big old sumo wrestlers just bashing into each other.
It's one of those things, unless it's on tape, people wouldn't believe
You
it.
wouldn't believe it. It was hilarious.
I know what you're talking about, Jim. I've seen it down here before too.
Oh, that's
But
funny.
it's fun.
That's funny.
Hey, Wendy, John finally tracked you down.
He sniffed you out, so to speak.
Yeah, the only thing I had with a bullfrog is I was fishing lily pads with about an 8-inch worm, and it was getting dark. I couldn't really see. I could kind of see in the water where my worm was coming across the lily pads, and all of a sudden I felt a hell of a tug, and when I got it in, I had a great big old bullfrog on there. He had that whole damn worm swallowed all the way up to the hook.
I do that a lot of times. I see him sitting out on the bank. I had my grandson with me one time. I said, hey, AJ, come here, check this out. Took my pole and dangled that worm right in front of him. Of course, he went pow right at it. Pulled that bullfrog in. I said, that's how you do that.
I seen 2 muskrats on a floating log going downriver having a fight.
Fighting over that log, probably.
Yeah, they're both standing up fighting each other when the log is going downriver.
Yeah,
I don't even think they knew that log was moving.
when you sit there real quietly, it's amazing all the things you see.
Yep.
It's fun to watch raccoons come by and looking for clams and stuff, and they get one and they wash it and make a bunch of noise, and then all of a sudden they notice you, and it's like, oh crap.
Oh. Yeah, we get to see a lot of deer around here. Red-tailed hawks, boy, red-tailed hawks around here are crazy.
Hey, Wendy, just remember, wigs ain't blue.
Uh,
We've had a big influx of bald eagles in our area, and I'm so glad to see that.
yeah,
We
we
get
get a lot of them in the fall along the tail race because they pretty
We get-
much eat on fish all the time. But when the salmon are running and stuff, they kind of congregate around the tail race.
Well,
We get-
there's a real small town just there south of Champaign that has a eagle nest in a tree. They built that nest last year and fledged out 3 babies out of that nest. So I drove by there the other day just to see what was going on, and the female was sitting in the nest, probably on some egg.
Yeah, we get all those eagles up around Alton every spring by the masses. I mean,
Yeah,
they come
last-
up there and they just breed there.
Last year we had an eagle's nest that, God, they've been coming back there for like 10 years. And last year we had a big storm and it blew the tree over and the chicks flew out of the tree and the game and fish wouldn't let anybody touch them. They said, well, they'll just let nature take its course. And I kind of thought they would take them in somewhere and raise them to the point they could be on
Release
there.
it. Yeah.
But the parents stayed around and kept an eye on them, but it was right by a walking path. I said, I don't know if they were in that path and somebody walked by. I don't know if the parents would do anything or not.
Oh, they got some good 1.5 inch, 2 inch talons.
Oh yeah,
They'd rip the heck out of somebody.
yeah. We're getting a lot of birds of prey, almost to the point now where they're getting to be a nuisance.
Well, we used to have a lot of squirrels in our backyard, and they thinned our backyard out pretty good.
Yeah, they'll.
Sorry, Wiggs. She's out of milk bones. She
There's
fed all the dogs the milk bones.
There's some good things and bad things about them. If you raise chickens, they're pretty bold.
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, guys, I seen something funny on the front cover of the Wall Street Journal yesterday. They had caught 4 alligators down in the sewers in New York. So the article was about perpetuating the urban myth.
Now, red-tailed hawks are really popular around here, especially around but Frank Holton Lake. We have four red-tailed hawks there, 2 males and 2 females, and they don't come around each other until mating season.
They are everywhere around here, which I'm glad to see. I'm really glad to see that. Right.
Watching them 2 males fight at spring in the air over a lake is a trip.
Hey, Joy, you need somebody to throw you a bone?
Joy Wendy was gonna knock out Wiggs with a bone.
Yeah, Joy popped right up when she heard somebody was throwing a bone around.
Sorry, Joy, that was a bone, not a boner. Sorry, I'm just saying.
Wendy, that's why you got a hammer. Oh, we got some screech owls here and some big barn owls.
Yeah, we got a couple owls around our house. If we sit out on the porch in the middle of the night, you can hear them hooting around in each, from tree to tree. It's pretty nice to hear them.
I've
We
got
get-
the hoot owls in maybe within 20 feet of me, sitting out in the middle of my backyard here in the dark.
Yeah, we
And
get a few owls here just periodically, like in the fall and spring. But I have a problem with cottontails and jackrabbits here, so I don't mind because I know they're gonna pick a few of them up.
Yep, they will. They sure will. Red-tailed hawks will too. They don't have a problem with getting a rabbit.
no, they don't. Those come flying right by a power line with a squirrel running across it and nab him right off that power
That's
line
right
while
off
he's
fine.
running.
I've seen them do it before. Yep.
I've watched them do it outside my house.
Yeah, you see them driving down the road, they'll be just hoovering in one spot about 20 feet off the ground, and then all of a sudden they just whoosh, down and
Bullet right to the ground.
they
Spow.
nail something.
Wiggs, better be careful because now Joy has a hammer.
Use a cast iron skillet. Pring. Go out and play.
Well, I'm going to give it about 15 more minutes, and then I better hit the rack.
All right, Don.
I'll have to get ready by 9. Hopefully it goes well tomorrow. Sometimes that time in the morning, my mind's still not stimulated to think. I can't think of anything to say sometimes. That's where you've helped me out, Avid, and other people.
We're here for you, Don.
My wife is like that in the morning. We get up. Don't talk to me. Just don't talk to me.
Yeah. I try to get up about 6 so I can get a couple
You know what?
cups of coffee in me first. I don't know, is Scott still in? Oh, yeah, he's still in here. Hey, Scott, throw Joy a bone.
No comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. Don may be drinking coffee right now.
Yeah, I could have said something, and the next thing we heard, Don spitting up all over the phone.
Yeah, I think, enough for one more cup in the pot, but I'm done for tonight drinking coffee. Switch to tea.
There you go. Okay, Don. Sweet tea or unsweet tea?
Wendy, I can throw you a bone.
I like sweet tea.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's my boy right there. I love
drink
sweet
I
tea.
drink a lot of green tea. I
I
love my green tea.
kind of like the Gold Peak, but when we're in Virginia, we always did sun tea. We'd throw the tea bags in.
Yep. I got a big deck out in the front. I do that all the time. But I tell you what, who has the best? I think has the best tea is McDonald's. They got the best sweet tea. I don't know how they make it. Man.
I've never tried it.
In my area, that's my favorite sweet tea because, a lot of the gas stations and stuff like that have teas and stuff too. But I think that McDonald's one is probably the best.
Scott, rum, 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 rum. He's got wheels. Woohoo! Look out.
You're right, Joey. Just brown water. Kind of, to me, without the sweetness, it kind of got an oily feeling when I drink it.
See,
I don't like it.
I don't drink that tea. I drink the green tea, so it don't have the caffeine, but it has a lot of nutrients in it that your body uses.
Now I'll drink some green tea if it's sweetened. I don't mind green tea at all either.
I like green tea with fresh lemon juice in it or lime juice, but it has to be perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, you're going to have to come over here. I got a couple nice T-bone steaks to make, and I'll throw you the bone.
Joy saying, what? You don't have a tomahawk steak for me?
I got a tomahawk steak.
They asked if I wanted some tomahawk steaks when I butchered the beef, and I said no because I like the short ribs a lot too, and that just ends up losing the short ribs.
Yeah.
Wendy, I even have dino ribs in their freezer. The
But
big
I don't
guy.
know what happened this year. I ordered my half a beef. They said it was ready to take to the butcher's, and everything got screwed up. I kind of got most of what I ordered, but when I went to pay for the beef, they won't tell me how much it was. So I think they screwed up on how many they had to take in and forgot that I had ordered a half early in the spring. And so they just kind of threw as much together, but didn't charge me. And I keep asking them how much I owe you. I mean, I got a lot of meat. And they say, well, don't worry about it. So I finally got to the point I'm not going to worry about it. So I got probably $1,000 worth of meat for nothing.
Wendy, these are beef ribs, but they're big ribs. That's why they call them dino ribs. But they have a lot of meat on them. They're from the spine coming down off the, coming from the, yeah, coming off the spine down.
Yeah, right at the end of the steaks, the T-bones and
Yeah,
porterhouse.
right off the back strap and the T-bones.
Yeah, we get them cut about 3 inches, and then a lot of times we'll put them in the Instapot and pressure cook them, and then add some stuff to them. And sometimes we put like a tomato base with rice and stuff, and I like them cooked that way.
Yeah, that is the way to go buying a cow, because I tell you what, even right down to the basic hamburger tastes so much better than store bought.
Yeah, I got to remember I have to go to the store and buy cheap hamburger to mix with it because it's so lean.
I mean,
And
my wife's her grandfather gave us some hamburger one time from a cow, and I was like, man, this is the best hamburger I ever had in my life.
I tell you what, I went deer hunting and filled my freezer up. I butchered it, I packaged it, I vacuum sealed it, put it in the freezer. My great niece came over, seen all that meat, and she thought it was beef and she took it all. I gave her a phone call she didn't want to hear.
Well, you should have just acted like nothing happened.
well, what I like about
Deer?
when I get my half of beef, I always tell them I want the tongue, the liver, the heart, and the oxtail.
Hey, Tim, that was 8 deer she took.
Oh, okay. You know what, Don? I've had oxtail stew before. I've never heard of it. Then I tried it. I think I kind of like it.
Yeah,
Actually, you should try roasted or grilled. It comes out really good.
it's different, but just got to get it done. The tongue, we like to cook that, and then we slice it. Take all the skin off, and then we slice it and use it for sandwiches. I put mayonnaise and ketchup on it. Boy, I like that.
I'll peel the skin off the tongue and put it in the smoker for about 5 hours, 6 hours at 200, 225. Get a good smoke on it, get it nice and tender and juicy.
Talk
Good
about
Huh?
talked about smoking. Last year, the first time I tried it, I smoked some eggs. They were really good. Just put the eggs in and start smoking them when the shells turn nice bronzy brown. They're done.
Oh, really?
And then I take them out of the smoker and I cut them up and made devil's eggs on them for a get together. People went crazy over them.
Oh yeah, Abbott, you can smoke eggs. You sure can.
I didn't know you could. I've been
You
thinking about it, but I just didn't know how about
You sure
going
can.
through
Think about it. Think about it. That shell's permeable. That smoke will go through that shell into that egg.
Yeah, those shells
Give me an idea now.
are porous,
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
so that smoke will go right through. It's real easy to do and doesn't take very long at all.
How do they taste, Don?
I use usually pecan and apple mixed with it.
Okay.
So it doesn't have the bitterness like a oak or hickory would have on it, but just has a nice mellow smoke taste to it. Just
How
gives it a
long-
little bit of different.
How long does it take to smoke them? About an hour?
Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't. It wouldn't be any more than an hour. I'm thinking around 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
But
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Just what would
Well,
be a
well,
good
well, like
smoke
Don said, you want to judge by the color of the eggshell on the outside.
you
More of
don't
a
want,
bronze color and it's done.
yeah, you put them in there and they'll start turning color, and you kind of watch that. They'll come out as a hard-boiled egg, but it doesn't take a whole long time to. I usually put them in under smoke, so they're under low heat, but they smoke up pretty good.
I have to get a couple dozen eggs and try that.
I like to take deviled eggs or not deviled eggs, but boiled eggs for lunches and stuff all the time. And so I started doing those deviled eggs when I go out fishing, and it got a little bit of difference in taste. It just seems to work better.
Have you guys ever seen a raccoon go ballistic? Lose his freaking mind?
No.
I gave a raccoon once a fish that I had gutted, and I took some ghost peppers, put all the seeds in the belly, and sewed it back up and gave them to the raccoon. First thing he did was bite into that belly and ate those seeds. That animal went ballistic once that heat kicked in.
Probably run around going, where's the water? Where's the water? Where's the water?
He ran in. He's going up and down trees. He's trying to get to the water, and he lost his freaking mind. I gave him a mean raccoon a fishful of ghost pepper seeds in the belly, because every time he comes around, he always growls at me and hisses at me because he wants my fish and trying to scare me off. So I fixed his wagon. I gave him a shad, took out the guts, put the guts on the hook, and gave him the shad with seeds in it. I've never seen that raccoon after that.
Lesson learned.
I'm sure he learned that lesson. Watching him for about an hour was funnier than hell. He went between two trees up and down about 80, 90 times before he decided to go to the river to get water. But I think that raccoon learned one good lesson. Stay away from humans. Indiana Chris says, I had a rabid raccoon here before. He was running head first into my maple tree. Yeah, they'll do that.
You know what? I actually seen a coyote this morning that I thought may have had problems with it. I'm driving through the country, and he's standing in the middle of the road, starts running across the cornfield. Now, you know how coyotes are. They can run forever. He ran for a while and then stopped, and I swear to God, it looked like he nosedived right down into the ground.
They're
And
good at
stood-
that.
And then stayed there, and I was like, and I stopped the vehicle to look at him. And usually when you stop your vehicle, they take off running again. They won't stop. He
Well,
just,
see, if they nosedive into the ground, there's one of two reasons. They're either after a mole, a rat, or a ground squirrel.
no, this guy was running from the vehicle. I don't know if he tripped over one of the till lines in the cornfield or what. Boom, he took a nosedive. Man, there must be something wrong with that coyote.
Yeah, it probably was. But if you ever see him jump up, straight up in the air and dig the nose straight into the ground,
Yep, I sure have.
they're digging for something.
Voles, I've seen him do it. I sure have seen him do it. Because we got
That would hurt.
out here in Bonneville, our town's real small, and my backyard butts right up against the cornfield. And we always throw our table scraps and stuff over the field because we call the Bonneville pack. Runs right along the backside of our fence. You throw some meat out there at night, the next day it's gone.
Uh-huh.
And
My neighbors have me, every coyote I see, they want me to shoot them because they got small dogs and chickens and their baby grandkids out there. And they don't want to lose none of them to the coyote. So every one I see, I pop them in the head with a 17 caliber bullet and they drop. And Chris says, yo, hey, Don!
what's up? What's up? Who let the dogs out?
You know what time it is, Tim?
What's that?
You know what time it is?
What time is it?
Commercial time.
Oh.
Anyone you want.
Okay. You got a show coming on? You got a 1v1 coming on? You got just any fishing going? Call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH for all your fishing needs. And you got a 2v on, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Don R says Abbott's line blocked. He can only call 1-800-RENT-A-DINK. Only Don gets to call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. And now back to your regularly scheduled programming. Looks like Don's froze up on us. You awake there, Don?
I was thinking about that.
Hey, Philip Hicks, how you doing? What issues you having, Joy or Wendy? What did you get all done, all together now, River Rat?
Let's see what got.
Wendy put her in a crate or stick the nails in the crate.
What's up, River Rat, dude? Brother, what's going on?
Yeah, I understand that one. You don't want no more four-legged creatures running around your house. You need to get her a chastity belt, Wendy. I can just see a female dog walking down the street with a chastity belt and a hole for the tail to come out.
Well, I got to say, Wendy, that cage better not have any glory holes in it. You're going to have puppies anyway.
She has diapers, but she's tiny. Make some tiny diapers for her. What are you working on, River Rat? Oh, deer stew. Okay, that is good. If you got a good deer stew and it's made right, oh my God.
Yep.
You may be hungry when you start, but when you're done, and you kill that pot, you'd be like, that was enough for a week. What happened? This is, I can't believe I ate the whole thing. You want to do that one, Tim? You see what Chris says?
Fish on for Don. I just did him a Don R calls 1-800-RENT-A-FISH.
He nodded off. That's okay.
Abbott's line is blocked.
I don't worry about calling Rent-A-Fish. I call Epic Scott for the big cats. Oh, that shut up the Rent-A-Fish story.
Rent-A-Fish ain't never gonna be quiet.
Oh, you hushed when they said Epic Scott.
Well, I gotta give the Hall of Famer a minute. I can't just jump right up there. That wouldn't be right. I'm so glad they put him in the Hall of Fame this year. He deserved every bit of it. That man is awesome.
He deserved it, even though Luke Nichols deserved it just as much. But Epic Scott has proven it over and over.
Over and over.
So I figured it's going to be a tight fit between Luke Nichols and Epic Tim Scott, because that was a tight battle between them two.
Yeah. You know, there's one thing that I've been noticing people been talking about lately that I've never taken into consideration is the pH in the water.
Why?
I just never thought about that. You know, the things I look for is like moon phases, wind direction, barometric pressure, things like that. I have never, ever considered the pH balance in the water affecting the fish. But there has been some talk out there about it.
It's a proven fact.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that one. It never came to my mind with all the other stuff that is so visible. You know what I mean? Like the moon phases and the sunrises and this, cloudy sky or clear sky.
Look at it this way. Wintertime has a set pH level, right?
Okay, I'll agree. I'll agree with that.
No, I'm just giving you a starting point. pH levels in wintertime are set to one position, but as it transitions into spring, it's causing a different pH level to change, which has a tendency to kill the Asian carp, bighead carp, and everything else because they need more oxygen. When other fish don't need as much oxygen.
That's when you get your kill-offs in the spring.
Right, for your Asian carp and your shad and stuff like that.
Yep. I know what you're talking about.
For the transitions into spring, the pH level either rises or sets to a setting according to the temperature. If it stays between 60 and 72, it has one temperature or one setting. As it rises, the pH level can go up or down per day, for rain, per storm, or whatever. So you have to pay attention to the water temperature and the pH levels for the fish. Is that making any sense?
It does. It just, the thing is, if you're fishing in a river and these fish are wild as heck because they're in a river, river fish are always more wild. I just never thought that pH in the water would affect a fish that lives in such an environment. But I guess,
But see, the difference between the river pH level and the lake is the river pH level will basically only change through temperature. From winter to spring, through summer, through fall, back in the winter. And yes, it will change slightly with the rain and the winds and the cloudy, but not as drastic as it will in the lake.
See, I always thought if the river got a big influx of water, from a major rain, that it would maybe drop the pH. Well, I guess it actually depends on what the pH in the rain was when it hits the water. because
that's
that
what I'm
pH in
saying.
that rain,
If
that pH in
the
that rain is
pH
going to
level's
absorb
at
it.
a certain level before it rains, and that rain is a little bit colder than the warmer pH that's in the river, it's going to drop it. But if it's warmer and that water is cold, it's going to raise it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, have they figured out what a pretty good pH is for biting fish yet?
Not yet.
So they're just, is this something new that they're looking into? I'm sure probably Epic would probably have something to say about it.
Oh, I'm sure he would. Wendy, right now on the pop up live for adults, you can say it. But I found out if you get your basic pH level in the wintertime and one during the transition where you got your kill off, and one in spring, one in summer, and one in fall, and get one in between the rain when it rains and when it's not raining, maybe 2-3 times a month, and not really regularly, but just keep a regular note in your a book or something of your pHs, and you'll see a routine and a pattern starting to form.
Yeah, you might want to put your pH down and how many fish you caught or whatever.
Right.
You know, weather
Like every time you go fishing, check your pH levels. For bluegills, for your crappie, for your catfish and stuff. And start, and you're not catching anything, take your pH levels and see what the pH level is. And see where a pattern's forming.
Yeah, I got some old pool kits around the house. I got some pH test strips for sure.
I didn't see what John said. I gotta scroll back over and see what he did.
Chris said, Tim, Epic couldn't answer my pH question. Not enough
Whitney,
time. Not enough time, he said. See, you know what? I bet Epic is on that, though. I bet he's probably doing a little survey on that right now.
I've been doing my own little survey on it, but I want to get Tim Scott's on it. Wendy, you didn't time him out, did you? I'd have timed him out over that one, Wendy. That was going a little too far.
See, Indiana Chris says no one does pH testing, but if you watch the waters in the bait fish, you'll know. That's part of it. But this is something new that these people are talking about, and I'm always interested in something new.
I've done it a few times. I've taken pool test kits out there and checked the pH levels.
I mean, there may be something to it. There may not be something to it, but you know, it's something to think.
Well, actually, there is something to it, especially on days when you're catching fish and you do a pH level and check it. And days you're not catching fish and you do a pH level and check it. And you do those notes. And if you do it long enough, you can see a transition or a form starting up. Something like a pattern starting to form.
And yeah, Chris said he's the one that's got them talking about it. Well, let me ask you this, Chris. What do you think about pH water? I know you're not a big fan of it, but you brought it up. What are you trying to say? I'm just curious because it's something new to me.
Well, they got good pH and bad pH, so. I can make sure she does it again, Wiggs. For 5 minutes. 300 seconds. Yeah. We're not talking about aquariums. We're talking about lakes
Now,
and rivers.
Wendy, is that aquariums, hot tubs?
I
Because we're
think she's
talking
talking
about.
about hot tub or hot tub and pool.
See, yeah, because I got my pH strips for my tub and a hot tub, and we used to have a pool. Till the grandkids got so big and got their own pool, then we said, "Well, time for a hot tub."
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, they do fluctuate even on rivers, but they
Yeah,
won't
I believe it
fluctuate as
fluctuates.
much. They won't fluctuate as much as it does on lakes. Oh yeah, we know rain always affects it. If it's cold, it'll drop it. If it's warm, it'll raise it.
Well, there may even be a certain pH balance in that individual raindrop too. That
Yeah.
could change it. I mean, if you want to really get down to it.
You also got to take into effect the soil too, the temperature of the soil,
See, there's
and
just so
the
much
chemical
to think
built,
about now.
the chemical compound of the soil too. There's a lot of things that can make a fish bite better or fish bite worse. Actually, that'd do a lot of kill off, Joy. Some of the toxicity can kill your crawdads and your leeches and stuff like that, and probably your small shad, which will send the bait fish and other fish into a survival mode.
Limestone gives off a different pH when runoff. I believe limestone gives off a different pH. I believe that. Guess I'm just gonna have to start putting some test strips in my tackle box. Just start doing a little survey.
I'd take the container test strips and keep it in your tackle box and do some tests and find out.
Yep. That'd be interesting.
So everybody in chat, tomorrow night, we will have a panel that will be talking about tackle. Tackle talk tomorrow night, and there'll be surprise guests. So tune in and find out who they are. Not mentioning no names.
See, even Wendy knows what pHs are in lakes. Why creek mouths are so good at certain pH changes, not so much
I'm gonna put him in the basement.
pH. Now, I can understand that, Chris. It's different waters coming together, and that's always a good spot, and that's probably why. Not so much of a level pH. Are you saying it should be going up and down would make them bite better than just a level pH?
If you have a steady pH and the fish are biting good, record it. If it's on a drop and they're getting sluggish and not starting to bite and you have to work for them more, record it. And if it's on the rise and they're really biting really good, note it. So that way you know when to really fish for it.
Yeah, I believe it is a different oxygen level, especially if that creek is really flowing in there or has kind of rift to it.
Always remember, if the pH level's on the rise, that can trigger fish into biting.
Now I'm wondering if it's the pH level rising or if it's just the conditions that are making the pH level rise.
Well, anytime you get the pH level to rise and you get the plankton to start blooming and getting the bait fish up there to eat, it's going to get the predators to follow the bait fish up where they're eating that plankton and stuff, and they'll be feeding on them as well. Yeah, big fish do go up to them with their instincts.
Yep.
Well, windy on lakes and rivers, pH levels normally don't get that low. They normally get around 4.9 to 5.4. Maybe 5.6. Well, what eating March, Scott?
Guess maybe tomorrow night you guys might have to have a talk about this, huh?
Yeah, and I know the perfect person to throw that question at, too.
Yeah, I wonder who that is. Huh.
I have an idea. Everybody's going to get to answer it, but I'm going to throw it at one person first. Throw him on the hot seat.
Does this particular person have to ask the question?
Huh?
Does this particular person have to ask the question and start the conversation?
No, he's the one that's going to get to answer it
Oh, okay.
at a surprise given point in time. And you never know when that question's going to come out,
Yep.
especially with me.
Oh, I know.
But it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow.
And I sure was thinking about going fishing tomorrow afternoon, boy.
But there might be even another surprise on the show, which I ain't going to get into.
Robin gonna be home in time?
She's going to be stopping along the road and doing a live. But she may have a surprise or two up her sleeve.
You know, it was kind of funny. Was it Friday morning? I think it was Friday morning. They were headed to CatCon, and they was on Hogleg's morning show. It was like 4 of them on there. And Robin and her husband got about, 10 miles from Louisville. And her husband says, "Hey, you want to stop for breakfast?" And I thought she was going to hit him with a skillet. When he said, "Hey, you want to stop for breakfast?" I busted out laughing because I know all the hair on Robin's neck was standing up, boy. We're only 10 miles from CatCon.
10 miles from CatCon, and he got hungry.
Hey, we'll stop for breakfast, baby. I would have loved to see the look on her face looking at him. That would have been hilarious.
That would have been a priceless look. Tim will be where, Wendy?
When are you talking about me going live tomorrow? Because I haven't set up my StreamYard yet.
What do you need help with setting it up for?
Well, I've never done it before, so I was just...
All you have to do is go to Google.
Right.
Google StreamYard. Bookmark it. Enter your email address that you have for StreamYard or for YouTube.
Okay.
Put in your password.
Which I would create then?
Right.
Okay.
And once you get it, links you to your YouTube channel. You get. Hold on a minute. I want to do it on this one so I can show you. Open up tab. Come on, computer. Be nice. And once you got YouTube open,
Now, do I open YouTube also, or does it automatically open YouTube?
you have to have a second device.
Oh, okay. There's the problem right there. I don't have a second device.
Like a phone. What are you using right now?
Just my phone. That's all I ever use. Just my phone.
You see that blue dot right there? It says create.
Yeah.
Click on that. You go to live stream. Then it comes down to select a channel, and that's where you put in your channel at right there. Okay.
Now, will my channel automatically be there, or will I have to put it in there with that little plus sign?
You probably have to put it in there with a plus sign for the first time. And when you do that, you just click save. In the next box down, you put the title of the show. Okay. And as you scroll down, you see another box that's saying what time if you want to schedule it. So you put click that one, and you can, if you have a thumbnail picture you want to upload to put in there, you click on that. You click on that, and let's see what pops up. Come on. Let's see. Let's just do this one for a minute. NWMO. Yeah, I had him on here at one time. And it gives you a picture you can upload, a thumbnail. You click that. Then you go down below it and set the date you want it on, the time, whether it's AM or PM. And when you're done, you click that and just click broadcast. And when you have it created, you have like a studio here. Like we got here, you just click Enter Studio, and it'll take you in. It will bring you up on a pic. Your camera will turn on. It'll test your mic and your camera before you come in live. Then right below it, it says Enter Studio backstage, and you click on that. And when you see yourself below the screen, you said put your address, the stream. When you come in, up in upper right corner, it'll say go live, a blue box. Click on that, another window will open up, and down there is another blue box. You click on that one, and you'll be live. And when you want in the same corner, will be a red button say end broadcast. And that's how you do it.
Might try to figure it out tomorrow.
But if you have questions, I'll be around. I can walk you through it.
First thing I got to do is I want to pay the $25 a month, unlimited stream on it. So I got to go and take care of that first.
Oh yeah, you can try a live stream first, because on your first 20 hours of free streaming, you can have 5 people up on panel. But when you go to 25, the $25 or $29 a month plan, you can have up to 10 people up on panel.
Well, I'm thinking I'd probably just go with the $25 plan anyway, because if let's just say I go fishing 5 mornings a week after work, I may want to go live 3 or 4 of those days, and I could use that 20 hours up pretty quick doing that. So
Actually, hey, my first 2 years of YouTube, I've done that, and I've never went through my 20 hours, and that's even doing lives on Friday and Sunday nights, as well as doing live bait fishing. And I tell you what, the reason why I went to the $50 plan, because it gives me a lot more of what I use for lives and everything else.
right.
And now that YouTube is coming, you can also do a live video download on StreamYard after the show. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the desk. Okay. I just had to check because I was watching him in the basement. But if you want the $25 a month plan, let me see. Let me go back over here again.
I don't mind paying the $25 a month to make sure that I don't run out of hours. That, to me, that's worth it, I
I know.
guess.
I know. I'm just looking at bringing up the plans. Hey, I can send you a referral. I forgot about that.
Okay, now let me ask you this. This is after I go on my Google site, just on Google, and I type in StreamYard.com.
Right.
This is
Hold
what
on.
comes. This is part of what comes up.
Hold on. Let me try how to get there first. Okay, this is what you look at when you come in the StreamYard. You see this here. Oh, wait a minute. You won't see that. You see this homepage here. Yeah, StreamYard up here. It'd be admin. It'll be your name. Broadcasts. Create stream. Then over here in the corner, where'd you go? There you go. You'll see this account, my account. Get my mouse to cooperate. Where'd you go, mouse? Nope, no help. Click my account. Go down to billing. It normally give you a billing sheet, but right now I'm going to do change plan just to show you something. All right, you got your $0 a month, which gives you all that, which ain't much. Then you got your $25 plan, which you can see what it gives you, which is what you want. You get your unlimited streaming. You get your unlimited local recording. You get 10 on-screen participants, which is good. You get all your live streams are recorded. You get your multi-streams, which is basically like 3 different destinations you can send them to. You get your logos, which once you get paid StreamYard, you can remove the StreamYard logo from your lives.
Right.
and you can put your own logo up, and you even get pre-recorded streams for 1 hour. Now the $50 plan's what I got, and I tell you what, I love it. I love it.
Well, for somebody as big as you are right now, that would work for you. The 25 is all I really need.
Yeah, but that's it gets even better after 49. Look at this one, the business package. It will give you a backstage room to where you can have your guests sitting there live, and while you're live with other guests, you can be talking to the ones backstage, getting them ready for to come up.
Dang.
Plus, you can set 700 plus hours of storage. And I tell you what, $80, no, 550 incoming. I can't read that fine print right now. But that's a lot of stuff right there. But that's business.
Yep.
Now, if you want to have a co-host, come on back to main screen. Come over here. Where'd you go? Members. Click on that. Come over here. You already have yourself one, so you want to invite someone to be a co-host and be give them the power that you have. Click on this. Invite member. You put in your email and click send, and it will be able to they'd be able to come in to your StreamYard and help you out and help you create a live chat or a pop-up chat and read your chat for you while you're fishing live.
Right.
And all that. This is ongoing and it's upgrading everything. And you can even do short clips off this now through StreamYard.
Really?
That's later on. I'll go through with you. But right now, that's where you're sitting at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'll mumble through it tomorrow and see what I can do. I probably at least get my account set up at the very least, I imagine.
That counts easy.
Now, let me ask you this. Once you set the account up, does the icon come up on your phone, or do you have to go to Google and go into StreamYard to get that page?
Lord, when you go in the Google and you Google StreamYard, bookmark it because it don't download.
Okay.
You have to bookmark it to save it.
Okay.
And you do the same thing on your phone. See, I have a bookmark on my desktop, on my laptop, my phone, and my tablet.
So a bookmark, I guess, would be similar to a shortcut on your app shortcuts on your phone.
Right.
Okay. I get what you're saying. All right.
So in Google, once you come up with it, it'll save in your bookmarks. And all you have to do is open bookmarks and pull it up, or just say, if you have speak to text Google, Just say StreamYard, and I'll pull it up right off the bat.
Once
Click
it's
on it.
once it's bookmarked, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
Even
then I
if you don't
bookmark.
have a bookmark, and you just want to pull it up real quick, say, open up Google, and you see that little microphone there in the search
Right.
bar?
I got the speaking part. Yep.
Say StreamYard, and I'll pop it up every time.
Okay.
But you want the one that just says StreamYard with a duck head next to it. Not any other StreamYard, because it'll take you somewhere else.
Right.
But it'll go great. You won't go wrong with it. But getting unlimited live streaming hours, you can't go wrong.
That's the
And
way
you
I.
have-
That's the
you
way I.
have- Be able to have 10 guests up there.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
good.
way I see it. You know, look, I got Sirius Radio. I paid $21 a month for it just to have a nice radio. So
I'm
paying
sorry.
$25 for StreamYard, that's no big deal.
I'm surprised you still listen to Sirius Radio.
Well, you know, it's got a few channels on there that I like to listen to that you don't get anywhere else.
You see, when I'm driving to work, I have my phone on my lap and I have YouTube channel on there, and I'm listening.
Well, I do that a lot too, but every once in a while I get in the mood to listen to some Bob Marley, and they got a Bob Marley channel.
Did you know there's a YouTube channel I think that does nothing but Bob Marley?
I haven't seen it. I probably ought to look at it, but I tell you, I like Tough Gong Radio. I really do. I love reggae.
See, there's a channel on YouTube that I like listening to a lot of because it's Ray Stevens.
Oh yeah, I like Ray Stevens too.
Are you okay, Don?
Yeah. Tired. I took my sleeping pill and I can't stay awake. I can hear you.
Yeah.
We thought maybe you was smoking eggs or something.
So I'm gonna have to call it a night and go to sleep.
All right, Don.
Don, you have a good night, buddy.
I'll see you in the morning, bud.
I had a good time.
You're welcome. You know you're always welcomed up here.
Okie dokie.
Nighty night, bud.
Y'all take care. Be safe. Get
too.
bored in the morning, stop in and say hi.
Oh yeah, you have your coffee talk in the morning. That's right.
All right, we'll catch you later.
What time is your coffee talk?
9 o'clock.
Is that Central Time or Mountain Time?
Central.
Okay.
Central.
So, well, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, bud.
Night, Don.
That's why I kept him in the basement so I could keep an eye on him. Thank you, Chris. Can you put his link in chat, Chris? So people can, if they don't have him, they can go and connect with him. He's a hard channel to find if you don't know what you're looking for. Just plain down R. No spaces, nothing. Oh. I found this juice at the store the other day. It's good. It's sweet, but it's probiotic. And what it does is it helps get your stomach back into a healthy condition.
Right.
Then the probiotic yogurt works on your digestive tract, which helps your immune system and helps your digestive tract and also helps you with weight. So it has all good benefits to it.
Yep. I'm gonna go get me another cup of coffee, bro. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Chris, what's his count, you know? We need to get Don R to 300. He's currently sitting at 265. Chris, now on from the shows, we're gonna, besides the guest that's on the panel, we're gonna be sharing out Don R to help him until he gets up to at least 300 to 400. We need to help push Don R to get him up to at least get him going and growing because he's been sitting at 265 for a while. We need to help Don R get up there. As many people that say they like him in catfish community, we need to get his numbers up. We need to help promote Don R. Please do. Bookmark his link, Turtle Ladies, and whoever else you have. You know the links to share out.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, we're gonna have to start pushing Don Argus. He's been sitting at 265 for so long. We gotta get him growing.
I like Don. He's a nice guy.
I like him too, but if everybody says they love Don, why is he sitting at such a low number?
Yeah, I get you.
We need, every time he goes live, we need to get people to share him out and stuff like that. He shouldn't be sitting at 265. We should be almost to 400 or 500 by now.
Well, when the weather breaks and he gets to fishing, it might, start boosting his numbers.
Yeah, but we can help him boost those numbers too.
Yeah.
We can help him with that. Tomorrow I get to change the water in the live well.
Your big one?
Yeah, the big 250-gallon tank.
Man, that's about like changing the water out my hot tub. I think my hot tub's about 300 gallons.
Your hot tub is bigger than that.
Is it? It's a full. Well, it's a 6-seater, so it's pretty good size.
You're looking at almost 500 to 600 gallons, maybe 700 gallons, if not more.
Well, I tell you what, it's a lot better than my 6,000-gallon pool I had. Whew.
I have a 1,200 gallon swimming pool that's a saltwater pool.
See, that's what I liked about mine. Mine was a saltwater pool too. Set it up in the springtime, you don't have to worry about it all year.
Yep. And it's way better than chlorine. It does a lot better for your skin.
And the only problem I had with that is that salt water tends to rust your metal parts on your pool.
We don't have metal parts on our pool.
Well, we had metal framing on it, and it tend to do that a little bit, because you got water splashing around here and there.
Yeah, that's why we had caps to go on it, to where if it splashed, it went over the caps, and the caps are wide enough it kept the water off the metal. It's like a rooftop.
Right?
Big,
Yeah.
long angle V. So it wouldn't touch the metal. It just went back in the pool on one side and off to the ground on the other. But we also put a deck on one side to where it runs off on a fabricated waterproof deck. And it's great. And so our pool become half in ground, half out.
Yeah, my brother's got a deck around his around one end of it, so it's kind of the same way. We loved our pool and we had a good time, but our grandkids all grew up and they got their own pools and stopped coming over, and it was just me and my wife now. So
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, Chris. And that's a good suggestion to pin a member every time I go live. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm gonna have to remember that one, especially if I want Don Artegro. I'll just pin him up top of chat, or someone on panel I want to help to grow. I'll just pin them up. Yeah, pop-up's really short notice. I never know what I'm going to pin, what I'm going to post. But what, you off tonight, Tim?
Huh? Yeah, I'm off tonight. I got the weekends off. I work Monday through Friday.
I work Monday through Thursday, get Friday off, and go back into work Saturday for 12 hours. I hate transitioning because that sucks. Transitioning from night to days, it sucks.
Well, I tell you what, the only problem I have is the week I go back after a vacation that I've been up, during the day. That week going back to transition, boy, that is rough. Woo.
After you take a week's vacation and you try to sleep days to go back to nights, that is a pain in the butt. I find the only way to do that is get a good buzz to where your mind is groggy and it's tired, and you just lay your head down and you're out.
Well, what I do is if we go somewhere for a vacation rather than just a staycation, we go from like Saturday to Thursday. So when we come home on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I try to get back into my routine. So usually then it's just that Monday or Tuesday that's kind of rough on me.
Oh, shit. Yeah, but even getting back in that routine is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that's why I get that Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday buffer in there to try to get it back halfway swung in there.
But problem I have a problem with is if you're having so much fun, you don't want to come back early to get in that transition.
No, you really don't. You're absolutely right. Because I tell you what, this year, in 22, we went to Tennessee. Man, dude, it's beautiful there. And I did not want to leave. I really didn't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You get into these beautiful spots and having fun and catching good fish and having an enjoyable time with your wife. Why cut it short?
Boy, we had a cabin hanging out on a mountain. I mean, you look straight down and you can look right into Dolly World from our place.
Oh yeah.
Me and the catfish dog hung out on the back deck all day long. Just now this is vacationing. Look around everywhere you looked, Evan, all the way around, panoramic view, mountains everywhere. And we were up, we were up high enough where we could see all the mountains.
All right, Chris. But places like that you're having a blast at and you're having a good time, why cut it short when you can just take the consequences later?
Well, I understand that, but I kind of think that I don't want to make it too rough on myself.
Well, I'll put it this way. I've done 90 hours a week with maybe 4 hours of sleep during the whole trip.
No, I couldn't do that. Nope, couldn't do it. Nope. I gotta have my sleep. I love my sleep.
Trust me, my body loved my sleep, but it hated me.
Well, and the funny thing about that is, working overnights Monday through Friday, Saturday morning when I get off, I will run all day Saturday. But I better be home when the sun goes down though, because I don't want to be driving vehicle after the sun goes down.
What is that?
Because I'd be tired. A lot of my Saturdays during the summer are 24-hour stretches. I'd be up for 24 hours straight.
See, I work graveyards overnight, and when I get up Saturday, I've been up all night Thursday night and the Friday morning. When I get up at 7, I don't want to sleep. I'm doing everything in my power to stay awake all day just so I can sleep overnight.
See, that's my Saturday. When I get off on Saturday morning and I got 2 days off, I don't want to go to bed. I want to go do something, and I'm gone all day. Well, when the sun goes down, I better be home.
Yep. Come 9:30, between about 11:30, I'm in bed. Because I know I have to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning the next day to get up and go pull a 12-hour shift on Saturday. When you get off Saturday night, I don't care what time I go to bed. I'm staying up. Because I can sleep in to maybe 9, 10 o'clock on Sunday before I have to get stuff up and ready and going for the show on Sunday night. Now I got 2 racks of dino ribs I'm going to cook up tomorrow on the grill.
Oh, yeah? During the day?
Yeah, I'm going to cook them up around 2, 3 o'clock, about 1, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, our weather up here isn't supposed to get really nice until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow.
Why? What's your weather supposed to be?
Well, I mean, it's only going to be like in the 40s until 2 o'clock. And I think it's only going to make the mid 50s around here.
Oh, that's right. You're way north of me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a big difference between my weather and your weather down there. There's a huge difference. Even though geographically we're not very far apart, but the weather is a whole lot different.
But just remember, everything above Springfield gets all the nasty shit.
Exactly.
Everything south of Springfield gets you mild, nice weather.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Even though we're geographically pretty close, the weather's a lot different.
Tomorrow we're looking at 60-degree weather. Overnight it'll be 50. Monday it will be 70 degrees with 50% chance of rain with an overnight temperature of 40. Tuesday it'll be 60 again. Wednesday it'll be 70.
those are nice daytime. I'd take 50 in the day and 40 at night. I'd love that, but our nighttime temperatures just drop in below zero into the high 20s and stuff. I mean, it's just too cold in the morning.
Why haven't you moved down here yet?
Well, got family around here. I got grandkids that are in school that are playing high school sports, and I can't be going nowhere right now.
Okay. That's perfectly good sense. But so when are you going to go after some bigger fish?
This year I'm going to start working on that.
I'm planning a meet and greet, right?
Down in Southern Illinois?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all my money this year is going to the Lake of the Ozarks.
Uh-oh.
That's where our vacation is this year. We've already rented a Airbnb right on the lake. It's got its own fishing dock, its own private beach, fire pit in the backyard, the whole Magilla. And that ain't cheap, but we do it once a year.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have went down to CatCon this year, but I ain't got the money for that either. So, because retired Rick had been talking a few days about if he'd had somebody go with him, he'd go down to CatCon for a day. Well, Thursday night, my wife says, "Why don't you call in tomorrow and go to CatCon with Rick?" And I was like, "Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. You make me max out my credit card. Don't do that."
See, I don't have a problem with the gas getting down there and back. I just don't want to pay an outlandish motel bill.
Yeah.
And plus, I have to clean out my pickup bed with all my tackle in it, put it in storage, and drive down there. Because I wouldn't trust anybody in that city with a pickup full of rod and reels in it.
I get you on that. I absolutely get you on that.
It just a city of fucking crazies down there that would steal you blind if they had the chance. Is this the town I'm in, Belleville,
Right?
Centerville, Caseyville, Collinsville, all the towns I run around in here know my truck with all that tackle in it, and they don't bother it because there's eyes everywhere that is always watching that truck, and they know me. I don't mess with them. I go after big fish, and they leave me alone. I'll leave them alone.
That's good to have.
But about 5-6 years ago, when I started leaving the stuff in the truck, I got one guy really good. He didn't see the copper wire that I had strung over the bed of the truck over the tackle and everything. The truck was idling.
Did you get a little bit of a shock?
Well, I'll put it this way. It wasn't connected to the battery. It was connected to the step-up coil.
I was going to say, did you have it directly wired to the alternator?
No, I had it up on the step-up coil on the for the plugs.
Right.
So you know how much of a shock that gives out.
Enough to make a spark plug shock.
Well, it hit this guy so hard, he ended up hitting an oak tree right behind him, about 1.5 feet behind him, and he was implanted into the tree damn near. He hit that tree with a thud. Windy! But I tell you what, he woke up with a massive headache, and his back was hurting like hell. He woke up in a hospital, I think, in traction.
Probably wonder what the hell happened.
And his head was wrapped. He was in traction. His fingers were wrapped. and they ended up wrapping his feet because that's where the electricity went out of his body.
Yep. Right down to the ground.
Uh-huh. He didn't have rubber soles on. That's the only thing that saved him. Not having on rubber soles. But 3 inches away from his left foot was a water puddle. So you know how much he saved himself, right?
Yep, he got lucky there.
Water and electricity do not match. It has a nasty tension to magnify electricity really well.
Yes, it does.
And it don't give a damn who you are. It will light you up like a Christmas tree. That's my brother.
That's why when I'm out fishing and it starts lightning, I'm gone. I don't mind the rain, but the lightning, I'm gone.
That's my brother. When he was 17, he went and pissed on an electric fence I turned on. Ask him how well that worked out for him.
Well, I got to say I got personal experience with that.
So you know what he went through, right?
Yeah, I kind of accidentally did that one time. I guess I might say.
Hey, he didn't do it once. He did it 3 times in 5 minutes.
Oh, I learned. If there's a wire running across that field, don't piss on it.
I told him don't piss on it because I hit the remote in the truck, turned around, and he's screaming like a redheaded stepchild. I mean, he acted like someone just slammed a truck door on his private parts.
Yeah, it kind of hurts for a minute.
Hurt?
Kind of hurts for a minute.
He swelled up for a few minutes. And when it swelled up, he quit urinating, and when he unswelled, he had to go back to the bathroom, and he turned back around right same
Hit
spot,
the fence again, huh?
right on the same spot of the electric fence. Lit him up again. I looked at my little brother, and we looked at each other and said, "Really?" My mom looked at us and said, "What's wrong?" He says, "We just told him don't piss on the electric fence once. He pissed on it, he injured himself, and it swelled up to where he couldn't do it again. And it unswollen, he went and did it again. He swelled up again and turned her away, well back away from him. So when he unswelled, he could do his thing. Nope. He turned away from us, thinking he was going to hit the fence.
Hit it again.
He took one step forward and hit both lines this time. I'm like, is he even our brother or what?
See, after the first shock, I'd be going, y'all are going to just have to watch me piss. He turning back around.
Well, he was the middle brother, but he was also, how can I put it? Trying to be the rebel and show how brave he was. But after the third time, we had to take him to the emergency room because he started smoking. Not cigarettes, but smoking. If you understand what I'm saying.
I get it.
So we had to go. Mom ran down to the house and got 2 buckets of ice, and my little brother went and got a horse trough. We buried his waist in ice, which was about 80 to 200 pounds of ice in there with him. till we got him to the hospital. They pulled him out and they seen what happened. They go, electric fence, huh? I says, yeah, not once, not twice, but 3 times. The nurse looked at me and says, really? He didn't learn the first 2 times? I says, no. He didn't learn the 3rd time until he started smoking.
It's an electric fence. We've seen this before.
Oh, it's a farming community, so that hospital was very well aware of fence burns. And she came out and says, he has the worst case ever. He's not even lucky to have anything down there. Because they x-rayed him and they did the MRI and the CT, some other tests on him at the time. And he almost killed himself there on that last one. If we wouldn't have knocked him off that fence with a 4x4, he would have killed himself. But I'll tell you what, he didn't piss on it again, but he wouldn't sit on it. I'm like, dude, are you trying to kill yourself? He goes, no, I just wanted to remember what it felt like. You're sitting on 2 hot wires and your feet are on the ground wire. You're going to kill yourself. He goes, what do you mean? This is the bottom wire is always the ground wire and it's closest to the ground, so any over voltage will go down into the ground through that way. With your feet on the ground wire, you're sitting on the 3rd wire up, that's a hot wire. All the rest of the wires are all hot. And you make a connection with every one of them. He passed out sitting on the wire. I called Mom at work. I says, well, the ambulance is here taking Dummy back to the hospital. She asked me what happened. I said, well, he woke up the next morning. I didn't pay attention where he went because I was having coffee and breakfast. Came out of the house, looked over to the left where the electric fence was, and he was sitting on it. So
Mom probably said, take that electric fence down.
No. We would have did that. We would have had cattle escaping. And I was in the emergency room with a doctor when he came in and says, can you admit him to psych ward for about 6 months? He goes, why? He says, those burns are from the same electric fence that he's in here for yesterday. He looked at me and says, really? I says, yeah, that's Scott Burnett. She was here. She looked at me and says, back again, huh? I says, not for me, it's for him. She go, what's this time? I says, same shit. You just sat on the electric hot fence.
Same shit, different day.
Yep. She goes, what's your cure? I says, well, I'd like to sign him into the psych ward for about 6 months to 6 years and see if that helps me. But if it did that, I'd have to deal with the repercussions of my mom. Since I'm not a power of attorney, I couldn't do it.
Yep.
He goes, but I can bribe someone to do it that's an adult. Doctor says, really? He says, what would you bribe me with? He says, a whole beef cow butchered, slaughtered, and packed just for you. Cut the steaks as thick as you want. He goes, don't tempt me. I go, why? I said, he told me that he's a meat eater and his wife's a vegan.
All the meat for him.
Yeah, but his wife don't like having meat in the house.
Yeah, I get that.
He has to cook it outside,
That's what grills are for.
and he can bring it in to eat it, but he has to eat it all before he gets up from the table. She don't want none of the meat leftovers left in the fridge because it'll saturate her veggies and stuff. I says, woman, you got the misconcept of vegetables all wrong. All those vegetables that are grown go into that meat. That meat is all vegetarian.
Sure is.
And that vegetarian feeds just vegetarian. So
So those dandelion greens you're eating, the cow just ate them too.
I'm saving your vegetables by eating this vegetable leader. So you can have those veggies. She looks at me and says, shut up. She stormed off. She goes, I cannot argue with you. Your logic is just illogical. How is it illogical? It's plain fact. Cows eat grass, eat veggies. I eat cow. You eat veggies. Right?
I never seen a cow that ate meat.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out how she's not getting that concept. And she goes, well, what do you do with sheep? I says, sheep eat veggies. I eat sheep. You eat veggies because I'm saving your veggies for you. She goes, well, what do you do with squirrels? It says, squirrels eat nuts. Squirrels eat radishes. Squirrels eat tomatoes. Eat strawberries. I eat squirrel.
Yep,
You
better
get
eat that
fruit
squirrel.
and get the veggies. So I'm still getting my veggies. But it's already processed.
Been processed already. Packed in the meat. Meat goodness.
She goes, is there any animal you don't eat? He says, vegetarians. You got that one, right?
Yep, I got it.
She goes, why don't you eat vegetarian? He says, I don't want to have to process it again. She looked at me and said, shut up. Yeah, Wendy, what's up?
You said her pig ate pork. It wouldn't surprise me. I had a bird that loved eggs. Fried eggs. Loved it.
She goes, well, why don't you eat chicken? I says, I do. After I eat the bugs off the plants, off your veggies to protect them. Yeah, but don't they eat veggies? I said, yeah, but they eat the bugs to protect your plants. They eat the bad leaves off the plants that the bugs been eating. So I'm saving your plants from the chickens. And she tried to tell her mom that was a vegetarian that I eat meat to protect your veggies. You know what her mom told her? Don't
Go
even
fuck-
start, huh?
She said, go fuck yourself, Abbott.
No, I was actually doing that to her mother. And she
Okay.
told her daughter, says, don't try, don't start, you're not going to win. Her mom learned on a second date not to even try to win a battle with me on trying to get me to change to vegan and vegetarian.
Ain't no way. I couldn't do it. I love my meat too much. I couldn't do it.
But I tell you what, Her mom came around after 6 months. Started eating ribs, roast, pork, chicken, everything. Because the aroma I was getting off the meat, off the grill and everything, was such a good aroma. She was curious of how it tasted. I was doing the brisket one day, and she says, "Is that done yet?" I said, "No, it's got another 9-10 hours to go." She goes, "I want a piece of that when it's done." I had her dead to rights on that brisket.
Hey,
Perfect brisket.
a brisket is hard to turn down.
Yeah, but a vegan that has sworn off meats, that hasn't had meat in over 30 years.
Brisket will do that to you.
And as long as I've been with her, I've been cooking my meats outside so it didn't smell up the house. But I was in there, I trimmed up the brisket really nice, made it look presentable. I had left the fat on the flat end. I trimmed off most of the fat on the fat cap, the big end. Seasoned it. Black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, and cumin and Old Bay and a couple other spices I forgot. Oh yeah, cilantro, basil, and thyme.
Wendy, did you understand? Bigfoot just said cumin seeds.
Uh-huh.
There was a big joke about that the other night.
I know. I
Cumin seeds.
was giving her hell.
Cumin seeds. He said cumin. He uses cumin on his brisket.
Yeah, because that's what Wendy loves, all that cumin.
Anything to say about that, John Wiggs?
And I tell you what, I put it in the smoker. Offset wood burner, let it cook, kept the temperature 270, 240, 250. She woke up in the middle of the night and says, "Your smoker's still going." I'm like, "Yeah, that brisket will be done by dinner time tomorrow." Every 2 hours, she wanted to know if that brisket was done.
Yeah, but you know what? If you cook it outside and then you get it all done and you bring it in the house, that son of a bitch is still cooking and making nice smells wafting through the house.
Yeah, but outside her bedroom window was an offset wood smoker. And she had the window open to get cool, fresh air in there.
Yeah, Wendy says, coming on a brisket. I'm there.
And that aroma of that brisket was coming in the bedroom, torturing the living daylights out of that woman. She woke me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I turned on the light and I looked at her. She was drooling in her sleep.
Kind of like what bacon makes you do in the morning, wakes you right up out of the bed.
It's like a dog having a meat dream of a butcher shop in his sleep, and drool was just coming out his high corners of his mouth. And all you could hear her saying this was, not a word. I got up before her next morning, went and made coffee. Took coffee out there, was drinking it, adding some wood to the fire. She comes out and says, "I had a weird dream." I says, "Yeah, how was that meat you were eating last night in your sleep?" She goes, "You heard it?" I says, "Yeah, you were in my ear going, nom, 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 nom." How can I not hear that?
You're absolutely correct, John Wiggs. You are the one that started the cumin seeds incident.
Uh-huh. But I tell you what, that was just wrong in so many levels. But cumin, it works good in briskets, roasts, stews, especially chili.
John, we'll just call that the cumin seed incident. Leave it at that.
John, that ain't no badge of honor. Trust me on that one. That is no badge of honor. That would be a badge of, how can I put it? Glaze? Would you say, Tim?
Something like that. I guess that's the best way you can put it, I guess.
I can't read that, what Wendy said.
Abbott John used cumin in other places and different meats.
Yeah, that's why he's got the glossy badge.
Yeah.
Or the
He uses his cumin seeds on like hot dogs and sausages and dirty starfish.
Hopefully not on the Y. God, listen to me now, right?
Yep.
I asked Wendy that the other night when
Okay,
she's
we
on
can-
panel, she's sitting on top of me.
We can officially say Abbott Show has gone off the rails.
Good thing is I can delete this live.
That ain't that bad.
No, not yet.
Just
If
on
you-
a
Tom, if you're ever around when I used to do lives back about 2 years ago, late night lives. Oh God.
No, I have been surfing the old YouTube that long.
I've been on YouTube almost 3-4 years. I've had some guests up here doing some late night lives. We had fun. It's funny live, but they never made it to YouTube. Well, they were live on YouTube, but after the show, that show disappeared. It didn't go private. It went bye-bye. And as long as I did that, we kept doing late night lives, and they went for 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 hours until the break of day. People would start coming in, and as soon as they did, we ended the live, and poof, went the show. People ask, what happened to the show you did last night? What show?
Real virtual. Good morning.
Hey, Troy. How you doing, Troy? Oh, what time? Oh, damn, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. It's about time for me to giddy up.
Yeah, same here. I'm going to go ahead and end this because if I don't sleep tonight, I'm going to have a hard time with the show tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll probably get up in the morning and check out Don for a little bit. See what the day brings.
I'm going to go in and hang out with him.
Yeah.
Come on, dang mouse. Oh.
All right. For all your late night catfishing needs, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. We deliver day or night. 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, don't matter. 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. We even deliver across the pond. 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, everybody. Remember to tune in tomorrow night for Tackle Talk panel with some
Okay, Abbott.
surprise guests.
Deuces, brother.
And one last commercial before we head out.
I just did one, Abbott.
I want to hear a funny one.
I
John-
gotta
John
think about.
Parker stuff.
I gotta think about one. Let's see. News
John
alert.
Parker stuff.
News alert. John Parker catches Mondo Hondo. This news alert's been brought to you by 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. For all your catfishing needs, call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Let's go to some endorsements. JP says, I use Rent-A-Fish and I'm a professional catfisherman. Martin says, those blokes deliver across the pond. Froggy says, for a riveting good time, I call 1-800-RENT-A-FISH. Catfish Dog gives it 5 barks up. So
All right,
remember,
everybody, good night, and we'll see you in the morning.
all right. Hey,
Everybody,
peace out.
be sure to-
Everybody in chat. Heidi ho.
Everybody in chat, be sure to go and say hi to Don R in the morning, give him some support and love
Yep,
and show out.
definitely.
He's in everybody else's live and everybody else's stream, so let's show him some love in the morning. He'll be live at 9 o'clock Central Time, so let's try to be there and show him some support. And good night.